So first up, we're going to be doing more of the Gundam development history from Kakarot197. We're going to be starting on the Musai, so let's check this out. Just going to leave a like. Oh, I already left a like. Good. Didn't forget that at first. Nice.
In the early UC...
Where is he getting this art? Like, this has to be an art book, right? Because this is honestly very stylized, and I love it. Although it looks like something AI would try and replicate, but I'm pretty sure this is old enough that it wouldn't be an AI image.
007.
Nah, not AI. This is way too detailed where everything's where it's supposed to be, even if it looks blurred on purpose as a stylistic choice.
The newly formed Principality of Zeon began building up its army. Anticipating the inevitable clash with the numerically superior Earth Federation forces, they knew they needed some kind of edge. And before long, this edge would arrive in the form of mobile suits.
Wait, and this is probably covering how do you get mobile suit from point A to point B. Okay.
Humanoid weapons that would revolutionize the way wars were fought. But by themselves, these new Zaku mobile suits could only do so much. They needed a proper support system to be in place, and...
I mean, theoretically, if you have a good speed, all you have to do is have enough fuel to start and then stop. You don't need constant thrust like you do on Earth. When you're in space, you don't stop until you are stopped. Usually by your own thrust, and then maneuvering to turn yourself around and thrusting the opposite way to deaccelerate. Which, oddly enough, might be a point in the favor of legs, because you could probably have them hyper-articulate forward to spin without spinning the entire mobile suit. I'm not sure if that would make it easier, or if IRL that would make it harder because you might start yourself spinning instead. If you have enough optimization and course correction, you could probably figure that out pretty simply. Or have just someone really competent, which I'm not.
And more importantly, Zeon ships needed to carry these new weapons into battle. And you know what they also needed? Good food, because an army...
I know it's an ad, but damn you, Kakarot. That actually looks really good. Like hyper fluffy pancakes. I don't know anyone who actually does that IRL, and I've seen pictures of them IRL, so I know it exists, but just, you monster.
box, but you'll also be supporting the channel, like a Musai supporting the Zakus. But at the time the first mobile suits were introduced, the main Zeon ship was the Chive class, sometimes...
Oh. I don't think I've ever seen this in some of the art for Universal Century. I know if you watch the show, you probably have seen this, but I don't recognize it. That's odd. Also, Terry, you mentioned the issue is both detection and interception fire. Possibly. The thing is, it's nearly impossible to detect objects in space if they're small and cold. So if you have good insulation around the pilot's life-keeping systems, or life support systems, so that the heat isn't radiating from it, and the rest of the Gundam is really cold while it's on a trajectory that's pre-planned, if they don't maneuver, they're basically invisible. And if you paint them dark enough to just blend in with the background, this is more of an IRL thing. I'm sure Gundam would probably ignore that because everything's done at such close range. But just putting someone into that and saying, hey, you're going to be launched, you're going to do a sneak attack in a week, it's going to be really fast, you're going to have to accelerate really fast, but yeah, have fun with this. Would it be effective? No. Would it make for a good show? No. At least not for Gundam and the franchise we have had already. But IRL, it's really hard, all the way to impossible, to find small things that are not emitting light or heat or any type of radiation. Like, nearly impossible. So you could legitimately do a lot of sneak attacks that way, because a small ship or a small Gundam might be even harder to find than anything.
Also called the Chibe class.
Although if there is a Gundam that did engage with this and just decided to do sneak attacks by dropping in through just not being able to see due to conventional sensors, I might really love that show or absolutely hate it because it's utterly depressing. No, wait, Gundam usually is depressing. I still love them. Probably wouldn't be the case. I probably just love it regardless.
Heavy cruiser that was built for conventional warfare with ship versus ship combat in mind. But fortunately for Zeon, its large cargo bay could easily be modified to carry and handle mobile
so it actually
suits.
could do deployments.
In fact, with a standard carrying capacity of 8 machines, the Chive could carry more machines than a lot of later dedicated carriers.
Was it was probably heavily resource intensive, and most of that resources were easier mass produced in other machines or other ships, weren't they?
But as with so many things, the numbers were only part of the story. Zeon wanted a warship dedicated to carrying and supporting the Zaku.
Yeah.
So the Musai was born, the first purpose-built mobile suit.
Also, most of the guns are forward mounting, so as long as you do have extra long range, which most space combat would be, it kind of makes sense. The previous one, though, which has the backward cannon, looks really nice, but unless you're doing a broadside, that doesn't really make sense to pull it in, because I'm thinking in very much IRL terms of combat, where anything in space is usually done at such huge ranges that you would never actually have to worry about broadsides, because that would be turning your ship. Now, theoretically, if you're spinning your ship while still going forward, entirely possible, unlike on Earth where you just wouldn't be able to do that, maybe a broadside makes sense. Honestly, the only downside then would be there'd be a lot of artificial gravity in places that people weren't expecting. There's a lot of interesting spaceship designs that, if we ever get to this point, are going to lead to some really crazy orientations until people figure out what they roughly like. Yeah. Oh, man.
Musai.
That said, and this is going to be shocking for anyone who's been here before, spaceship! I don't care, man. It looks cool. And I just realized it's literally the Enterprise upside down, but with a more cylindrical top instead of a full saucer. Huh. No, wait. Does Gundam predate Enterprise? Like, not the Enterprise, but literally Season 0 Shatner Star Trek. We'll come to this later. That can't be the case.
I was born, the first
It's just an upside-down Enterprise, though.
mobile suit carrier.
I can't
So of course, its main feature was a fully equipped mobile suit hangar below the bridge, complete with launch catapults. But unlike later ships, the catapults were facing to the back instead of to the front.
Why?
It's not sure what the intended goal of this was, but in practice, this meant that the mobile suits launching from the Musai would have to spend precious fuel and time.
I guess IRL would be everything he's saying now was the reason, giving the pilots a little more time to adjust so it feels more normal for them to have that option. But in universe, I'm guessing the reason is you don't want them launching into the direct fire from the multiple cannons in the front? Sure, why not?
Correcting their course before being able to head into battle. Another feature that isn't often seen on other ships is a dedicated cooling room away from the main hangar.
Cooling?
This room was vital for the smooth operation of the mobile suits, as it could quickly cool the machines down, allowing them to be serviced.
Oh, because there's a lot of radiant heat that sticks on physical surfaces, because heat is a terrible conductor of, or space is a terrible conductor of heat. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. For anyone wondering, space would only do radiant heat as a way to transfer it, which is not as effective as two surfaces contacting, or two surfaces with a medium in between it so it can move through the particle matter, such as just air cooling or water cooling or direct metal on surface cooling. Metal is very good at conducting heat away, but that's conduction cooling, as opposed to radiant, which is just is hot somewhere else. It's very good at keeping things there. Just generally choked my tongue. But yeah, it's kind of a really smart feature they put in, because all of the heat from the various things would overheat the suit more than anything else, because it's not going to really dissipate otherwise. Yeah. You could actually burn up in space pretty easily. That's still a weird thing to think about, though. And Taryn, beam weapons are basically heat weapons as well? Yeah. But even beyond that, the thrusters. The thrusters would be accumulating all of the heat from said thrust. And it would just be there from anything that doesn't leave as part of the exhaust plume itself. That would make the back of the Gundam incredibly warm, because, again, it conducts. Unless, part of the coating they have on them just fixes that, because who knows? Maybe sci-fi tech actually found a way.
And be sent back.
Also, according to Brother Sergeant, Star Trek came out in 68. Mobile Suit Gundam was 77. And it's entirely possible. It's just convergent design because it just looks cool. But I'm not going to unsee it as an upside-down Enterprise.
Back into action faster. And by having it near the front of the ship, the mobile suits could also save on propellant by not having to fly around. And what's perhaps a bit funny to hear for the first warship that was specifically designed to carry mobile suits,
yes,
is that in the past, there was a lot of debate on how many mobile suits the ship could carry.
Oh.
With estimates ranging from 4 to 8.
This is probably due to the show didn't put hard numbers in there, so when they gave how big it is and then showed relative images, they just didn't match up on scale. It just happens in shows, not even old shows, just shows in general. So I'm going to just, yeah, sure, this entire one.
However, modern sources have settled on 6, with 4 mobile suits that can be stored in the main hangar and 2 in the Komusai that was on the bow of the ship.
Oh.
But we do need to make an important side note here. The 2 suits stored in the Komusai could only be deployed after the thing had launched.
Oh.
So, more often than not, the Musais would have a mobile suit complement of 4 units.
That seems like a design flaw.
The ship itself then had a very unconventional shape, with the 2 thermonuclear engines being on struts, extending from the main hangar.
Which is the same design philosophy as the Enterprise, where the nasal warp cells were on struts from the main connection point of the ship. Yeah. I'm going to stick to this one, man. It looks the same. Although, I think it is just more convergent philosophy in how the ship was designed more than anything else. Because there's enough differences that it isn't even the same scale. It's very different, but you see where it's kind of similar. Ooh, also, Brother Sergeant, thank you for the tool kind jewels, man. That's fun. Thank you.
However, there were very good reasons for this design. The first was that it could minimize the damage taken. If one of the thermonuclear rocket engines was hit and exploded, it wouldn't take the other engine or the rest of the ship with it.
And considering they're using guns that treat ships as the target practice for the standard gun, or not gun, the standard mobile suits they're using at this time period, they're probably not working on the idea of, okay, if we put it inside the middle of the ship with all the armor, it should be fine, because their own guns could probably say, fuck your armor, to a lot of ships at this point. At least that would be my thinking. Because if you know the gun is more powerful than anything you could build to defend, you're not going to put on all the metal to defend it when you know it's useless. Granted, that'll also be assuming that people will eventually get that tech, and I know they don't want to, but probably too much thought on my part.
And the other is that the space in between the 2 engines and the hull created a convenient anchor point for various pieces of equipment. Things like extra fuel tanks for longer operations, or HLVs for Earth ascent operations.
Also, according to Kenneth in chat, the pre-war Musai from Gundam The Origin is upside down. Ah. Also, Log, you almost said Gundam seems like a habit? Yeah, and I'm probably not going to break it. I'm aware. I know not everything's a Gundam, but because it's the Gundam franchise, and I think Mobile Suit Gundam, I equivocate those 2 words constantly, even when I explicitly know it's not the case. It's just going to happen. I have no way to stop it at this point.
And in terms of weapons, the Musai was equally formidable. On paper. Its 3 powerful twin megaparticle cannons ensured that it packed more of a punch at a longer range than its Federation counterpart, the Salamis. And in addition to that, it came with 2 Type 145 large missile launchers and 10 C-class small missile launchers.
Not bad.
But notably absent are any
firing missiles from an unknown missile launcher, animation error, or special modification. Probably an error.
Form of close-in weapons.
Because those would be firing from the actual engines at that point. Well, it's not a big deal.
Weapon systems. This was done because, in theory, the Musai would rely on the Zaku's for dealing with any kind of fighter craft or possible future Federation mobile suits.
Yeah, but on the same type of reasoning, isn't that why destroyers are a thing? Granted, this is an entire show based around The Gundams are the destroyers. The mobile suits are the destroyers. The Zaku's, the why do I want to say Harabis for some reason? That's not even a Gundam or a mobile suit at all. Unless it is. But like all of the suits are the equivalent to destroyers. They're the fast-moving ones with the guns. Yeah, but it almost feels like it's like a naval component that never gets mentioned or brought up because the show explicitly is not focusing on how that would look. And I'm only thinking about this because, okay, admittedly, the game Valkyrie's Ran just came out, and I'm kind of obsessed, and I really want to get into it. And it's a naval combat ship girl style game, so I'm biased. And I'm just thinking in that direction right now.
But in practice, it meant that the Musai was a sitting duck once Federal fighters, gunboats, or later on mobile suits got close enough. And those powerful
Also being told by a real-like Kelpies, there is a mobile suit called the Hammurabi. Oh shit, I was actually right. Not used to that.
Twin mega particle cannons, well, not only did they take several minutes to charge each shot.
Oh, minutes! To give you an idea, in a fight, 15 seconds is a lot of time. If it was a shot a minute, that would be a bit more than 15 seconds. Minutes, plural. If it's per barrel, I guess you could have a lot of shots going down, but it looks like they fire in tandem. So it better be a 3-second charge, so at least one of them is firing every minute. But the same, or sorry, a 3-minute charge. One could fire every minute, but at the same time, that's one only every minute. For self-defense, that's like, okay, I missed, now I'm dead. It's a good thing mobile suits are not incredibly mobile. Yeah, that's a thing.
But they also had severe blind spots.
Oh, they just animated that guy being thrown into the glass and the grass shaking as he just dies thrown against it. That is actually horrific. Who'd have thought a show based around, hey, want to see how fucked up the war is, would have some fucked up things in it?
Again, making things dangerous for the light cruiser when the fighting got close and personal. But back to the positives. For quick resupplying, the ship had 3 supply hatches on both the left and right side of the hangar.
Unironically, I kind of like this. I'm not sure if it's effective, but I think it actually looks really cool. It's just a very large docking port. This is what a lot of buildings already have, like not the circular aspect, but just having something that you could resupply really fast in because there's a large access, so you don't really care what you're getting in. You probably have enough room to bring it in. It's kind of brilliant design-wise. Dude,
that allowed for supplies from a Papua-class ship to be brought in directly through conveyor belts. And now let's focus a bit on the Komusai that was stored on the bow. This was a very versatile atmospheric reentry capsule that could also double as a fighter plane thanks to its 2 Vulcan guns and reasonable maneuverability.
Gundam is weird when it comes to planes. Like, some of the designs basically fly on more magic than I think some of the mobile suits do. Yeah.
And they were sometimes even used as escort fighters.
Don't get me wrong, though. In space, I think it looks really cool. And I have seen IRL designs of this as a shuttle or a high-speed escape velocity and re-entry vehicle, specifically for people who wanted to do cross-continental jumping rather than just booking a flight. I don't know if they were ever made, but I know the design for this exactly, almost identical, is an IRL prototype design that might only exist on paper. But still, the fact that it does is kind of fascinating because it's entirely possible it was a Gundam fan that saw that and was like, well, Northrop Grumman has a new idea going down. Also, I have no idea if it's by Northrop Grumman. I'm pretty sure it's Skunk Works, but I could be mistaken. Or maybe it's a different... I don't know where I saw it. It's been so many years. But I'm pretty sure it's exactly one of those, oh god, those contractors got it type of projects. Also, Blaze, it really shows that Zeon did not have institutional knowledge of military craft design. Yeah. But in their defense, they didn't have institutional knowledge of anything when they decided to do this. So the fact that they got so far ahead is, in its own right, kind of terrifying. That if there was an alternate universe where the zombies didn't fuck it up, space might have legitimately become a powerhouse the Earth could not deal with by making themselves too integral to get rid of. And honestly, I would love to see that kind of Cold War in the Shadows game or show. which some other Gundams have touched on, but it would be very different in the Universal Century with those characters acting very differently. Yeah, or Char without a chip on his shoulder. That would be weird in so many ways on its own right. Yeah.
But their main use was for atmospheric re-entry with the 2 mobile suits that were stored inside of them. And thanks to the fact that they were launched from a guide rail, they could undergo atmospheric re-entry without having to use up any fuel other than for attitude control. Ones on Earth then, thanks to their compact size, they could launch...
Oh, it's actual laser guide rails. That's cool. Definitely something they got from Star Wars, and I'm thinking that's just pretty cool. Actually, no, was this predating Star Wars? I don't know when the first movie came out. Oh, hey, Maxim, thank you for the gift of the marshmallow. That's a cool pic. I'm just going to pull this up so people can see it. These are just fun. Like, just complete and utter fun, man. Just like little gifts like that. Thank you for that, man. Mobile suits started as a gross tractor, after all. Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty cool.
And on board of a Gao assault carrier. Now, it could also land normally, but due to the design, it unfortunately had poor visibility. As for the...
On the one hand, yeah. On the other hand, that's not a bad thing for a re-entry vehicle because, more in IRL terms, you don't want a window. It's a weakness for re-entry velocities. It's a legitimately actually good design for more IRL purposes than Gundam. I mean, for Gundam purposes, yeah. But for IRL, it's really realistic and grounded. Considering this is a show about giant fighting mechs with super weapons and psychic powers, not the words you'd expect normally. But it's kind of something I appreciate.
Musai in its entirety then, as with every popular design, it had a lot of variants, both minor and major.
They just look cool, man. Except for the one that has the helmet. I think that's incredibly tacky. But some of the others I really like.
And the most famous one is without a doubt the Falmal, sometimes also called Char's Musai.
Yeah.
This was originally Dozil Zavi's personal Musai, but after the Battle of Loom, it was assigned to Char Aznable as part of his promotion for his performance during the battle. However, there are also documents saying that the Falmal wasn't just a personal modification, but instead part of a line of commander-used Musais. Another minor variant then, with quite some speculation surrounding it, is the 2-turret version that appeared near the end of the war.
Oddly enough, this is the one where I first saw it's like, this is just cool, because it has the access ports for easy entry, the 3-barreled hull, which I have no idea the point of it, but I think it looks cool. The vents on the side, which I'm not sure the point of it, but I guess maybe atmospheric, because it can vent heat that way. I don't know the point of it, but it looks cool. You see where I'm going with this one. There's only 2 guns on this one, but who cares? It's fun. Minus the how long it takes to recharge those things.
This is a cost-cut version of the Musai because the war was beginning to turn against Zeon, but it did have some advantages over the 3-turret version. The output of the 2 remaining turrets could be increased, it was faster, had better mobile suit handling capabilities, and also had more storage space. So despite being branded as the budget version, it might actually have been superior in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, actually, unironically, more storage for cheaper when you're carrying things that are supposed to keep you alive. That actually sounds like a good trade-off that I'm kind of surprised wasn't taken and run with. This is probably one of the more popular ones after Universal Century ended, isn't it? I mean, if someone was ever going to do like a rebuild where they were not doing brand new designs for every era, just like replacing everything whole cloth.
Also, while looking for footage, I noticed that some of the Musais present at Operation British were 2-turret versions.
So they were.
Meaning that the first ships of this type...
And it has the tri-hull as well. So the tri-hull was in both the 2 and 3-turret versions. Okay.
Must have already been around before the war had even begun, but that the mass production of it didn't truly start until the tide started to turn against Zeon.
Makes sense. Oh, also, let's see. And Mo mentioned the vents are heat sinks, which is what I thought, and that would make sense on air, because heat exchange with convection is pretty fast. And that's some thick heat exhaust for in atmosphere. But this one over here, actually, let's see if I can pull it back. Here we go. It's actually the next one. You can see the smaller vents on the side. That makes more sense for space because it'd be more radiant heat. You don't need the actual big air vents on it. Yeah. Also, strike. The Musai can't do atmosphere. An attempt on making go Earthside was attempted, but it did not succeed and crashed. Oh. I'm guessing that's why they got rid of the bigger vents, and they just had them on there already. Yeah. You don't have physical vents for heat when it comes to being in space because that works for convection where you're blowing air out. And theoretically, you could vent heat by collecting all of the heat in hyperheated air and throwing it outside of the ship. But that's a lot of air you're getting rid of, and that's just bad. Yeah, you don't want to lose air. And dumping heat, coolant, gas from said vents, Terran, just seems like incredibly wasteful for the material into a vacuum. I mean, to be fair, if you went with what actual radiators in space would look like, they're very big, they're very fragile, and they're not effective. So let's go rule of cool on this one. Just roll with it.
And then the final small variant was a version with a different exhaust.
Ooh, I don't know why, but I really like this one. It just looks cool to me.
The standard Musai had 2 large exhaust vents on each side of the bow, but there...
Also, and the Gundam releasing gas from the vents in space just to look cool? My god, Gundam making decisions based on rule of cool? Shocking. Horribly so. Unbelievable, even. I vibe with it.
There's also a version with 3 smaller exhaust vents. It's unknown what kind of difference in performance.
Yep, it is venting exhaust. It's such a dumb idea, but I guess it works. I also found this one scene where they're used as thrusters. Actually, that would probably be a really good way to do it then. I wonder if it's both thrusters and venting. I mean, yeah, if it's superheat and that's how you move, I guess it would make sense to double up on that one. Be one hell of a complicated system, though. Maybe effective, though. If there was a way to dump excess heat as mobility. Huh. That'd be kind of fun.
These 2 versions had, but it's interesting to note that the version with the small exhausts is the version of the ship that appeared in MS Igloo, where the Musais were also given slightly different measurements and more missile launchers, in addition to having a different naming scheme. With only a few exceptions,
game discrepancies.
Musais have names ending with mel, like Defalmel, Camel, Swamel, Talkmel, Baromel, Ahamel, etc.
And just random camel. Oh, spelled with a KW? It's a quamel. There's a quamel cast. Why are they going full cowbell on this one? I'm just going to say that. There's no reason to say it, but I'm just going to do it.
But the ships that appear in Igloo are named after German cities and towns, Schleswig, Kempten, and Nordhausen. Near the end of the war...
Oh. I'm not sure about this one, but I love this design. This is just a me thing. Extraneous plates just acting as buffers around it for absolutely no reason I can see whatsoever is something I just utterly adore in over-the-top design aesthetics. I just think it looks cool, man. Is it good? I don't know. Is it radar? I don't know. Does it have a purpose? I don't know. But I will gladly come up with something because that just looks so cool. Oddly enough, though, I like the bridge on this one better. But the forward section here is that's just classy.
Then 2 completely new Musais would make an appearance, each with a very different design philosophy and purpose. The Musai late production type was designed as an overall upgrade of the original Musai and sought to correct all of its weaknesses.
Oh, it actually has the underside cannons in the front underneath the little dome down there. Oh, that's cool.
For better defense against mobile suits and fighters, it was outfitted with 10 twin 120mm machine guns. For better anti-ship combat, it received 2 extra twin megaparticle cannons.
Oh, and they did do explicitly broadsides. Huh. I mean, that is classic ship combat. Although I've always heard in space you explicitly do not want to do that because it's presenting a bigger profile where shots are just more likely to hit you. You know, I guess if you can, you can. And it's not really that big of a difference considering the vast distances. If they're close enough to hit, they're close enough to fuck you up regardless.
For a total of 5.
Also, I'm being told by Mo, the plate is radiation heat. Yeah, that actually might be more effective. But it also looks cool.
Radiator fins were installed to deal with the extra strain put onto the generator.
Yeah.
And the mobile suit hangar was overhauled. Rather than a single hangar, there was now one hangar on each side of the hull with 2 catapults each.
Oh,
making it
forward
possible
launch.
for the late type to launch all 4 of its mobile suits at once. And in between these 2 mobile suit decks is a dedicated maintenance space for even better mobile suit handling capabilities. And
See, I want to just say something that probably should have been pointed out faster, but this is how you know Gundam is fantasy. You're in an engine room and it's clean and no one is flipping someone off. Plus, there's space to work. My dad's a mechanic. Yeah. There's not nearly enough of any of the things I just mentioned, and not nearly enough grease on everyone. And I'm not just talking about the mechanics either.
And the Musai itself wasn't...
Seriously, you will find grease in places that are like, how does this even happen? We don't have grease on the parts we're using. And then it's just there. It just spontaneously exists. It's like air that shouldn't exist in pockets that just suddenly do. Do you explain it? No. Don't question it. Don't think about it too hard. Do not question the Matrix. It doesn't work out for you.
The only thing that received a complete overhaul.
Also, Mo, that was the hangar, not the engine. I stand by my statements. And ooh, I think they used this design, not quite this design, but similar designs in later shows. Not the Xeon aspects, like that head, but like this design of just very angular ship that almost looks like it's supposed to dock with this. Oh, so it's probably 2 ships with a booster. Oh, with booster unit, yeah.
Instead of the Komusai, the late type had the Komusai 2. It now has 2 Gatling gun turrets, a more aerodynamic shape, and also a cockpit with better visibility for landing. And last but not least, it could also be outfitted with a booster unit to leave the atmosphere all by itself.
Oh.
What remained the same then was its mobile suit capacity. 2 in the Komusai and 4 in the main hangar for a total of 6. The second variant then was the Musai
Final production
type. And rather than upgrading the existing Musai,
it was cheaper.
This version seemed to be mainly focused on being a refined version of the twin turret Musai. The soft round edges have now become much more angular, and due to an extremely limited trial run, not too much is known about the performance of these ships.
I know it's supposed to be an antenna rod, because that's what the Gundams have, a similar one, so it's probably just bigger on the ship itself, but... Huh. Okay. Although it looks like there actually are radiator fins down here as well. If that's actually what it is, I would be surprised, because it looks like these are supposed to be there, or they're maybe the thrusters. I guess it would be one way to just drop the ship by pulling it down. Immediate reorientation? There's a lot of ways you could read into that, and all of them look cool.
Upgrades include a larger cruising range, better mobility, and a larger mobile suit.
Oh, and the obvious part, it looks intimidating as fuck like this. Valid reason. And it looks really cool in the art.
Hangar. Although, we don't know if this means that they could handle more mobile suits, or if this simply means that the ship could handle them better.
Oh.
In terms of weapons though, all missile launchers were scrapped, leaving the ship with only the 2 twin mega particle cannons.
Really? If anything, I'd go more missile launchers and less particle cannons. Because a missile, I mean, I guess they are probably getting shot down pretty thoroughly at this point. I guess it works out depending on what they're going against, or if they finally have an adequate defensive screen around them.
Another big mystery is whether
no,
or
final
not
question,
it had
probably not.
Komusai. Most sources agree that it didn't, but some outliers claim that it did
Igloo,
have one.
probably.
After the 1-year war then, the Principality of Zeon would revert back to the Republic of Zeon, and as part of the peace treaty with the Federation, they were allowed to keep a standing army.
Oh. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure this is something that will be covered in Zeta. I don't remember this. I don't remember this at all. Like maybe it was a movie I missed or a book or some other material. But this is the kind of thing I thought I should remember, and I don't remember it. Huh. Also, Duck, you found a Salamis on the Magellan-class ships in 1/1700th scale, like for $44. Do it. That is an amazing deal for a cool model. The Gundam ships just look amazing, man. Some I like better than others. Oddly enough, I'm going to say something weird. I think I prefer the Musai over the Archangel variant. Don't know why. Just for some reason, it just doesn't do it for me. But the Musai does. Some of the variations.
Including a fleet.
And according to Federico, it was only mentioned in passing, but Mo did mention it was in Zeta. I probably just didn't have the context then when I watched it. It's been a very long time. And Duck mentioned the Musai is over $100. Ooh. How big is it? That's hard to say.
The main ship of this fleet would become the Musai Kai class. Rather than going with the brand new late production version or the final production version, this was a simple overhaul of the old Musai.
I mean, yeah, if you already have it, they're probably just taking the old ships and updating them.
A move that probably saved the war-torn nation quite some money, and was also...
Blaze, I'm going to pull up your comment. You saw a 1 out of 144 scale Archangel launch deck. Sorry, just the Archangel's launch deck for 600 CAD. That's Canadian, I know, but on the one hand, considering how big it is, that must be a very chunky piece of plastic right there, all the same. A white base model kit exists too, has interior hangers, minis for the mobile suit and support craft. Wait, like actual full Gundam size hangers? Oh, that is a massive kit. Oh, God. Launch pads are so expensive because it's more of a toy than a kit. Huh. Minerva from Seed Freedom is the best ship Gundam has made. Its hill is literally a giant heat knife, and you can ram other ships with it, like hot knife through butter. Yeah. But also, if the ships are getting that close, you're probably way too close, because other things can happen, like people being right at the bridge, ready to shoot them. Funny if that happened more than once in the same series, in the same season. For the show, though, giant heat knife is just really cool. I'm not going to say anything bad about that.
Simply very effective. The biggest changes were made to the weapons, with the addition of 2 secondary beam cannons but the removal of the small missile launchers, and the addition of radiator fins for better heat dissipation. Other changes include new antennas for on the bridge and a slightly overhauled hull. It is also never explicitly stated how many mobile suits the Kai class could handle, but it's probably safe to assume that this remained unchanged from the standard Musai. 4 in the main hangar and 2 in the Komusai. The first really big change then would come at...
Oh, that's 2 separate ships. Oh, I think... Or is it just kind of incorporated? I don't know what I'm looking at. Because it looks like there's 2 ships there, but I can't entirely tell if one is docked with the other. If it was in scale and moving, I might be able to tell the difference, but it looks like it's 2 separate ships, not just one that just has like a little, I guess, a limpet ship stuck to it as well. Odd, really odd image.
At the end of the Grips War in the form of the Endra. A completely new ship that was
okay, yeah, so it was just a really odd positioning of them.
Built by Axis Xeon, and would implement some of the features seen in other mobile suit carrying vessels and the lessons learned.
Okay, this is going to sound weird. I don't like it. Something about the design of it just doesn't do it for me. I don't know why, though, because so many of the design aesthetics were only slightly changed and flared at the base. So I mean, as far as toys go, it'd be much easier to just put it down on the ground. But no, it doesn't do it for me. I just wish I could articulate why for some reason. Also, it looks like it has a rear. Is that ships launching from here? Wait, they have a gun pointed at their own internals? I mean, I know it's probably meant to just do broadsides, but so much of its firing arc would just be its own ship.
from the old Musai. The mobile suit hangar was now mounted in the bow, with 2 catapults facing forwards instead of backwards.
Okay, so those were the catapults. Oh, okay. So they have guns pointing at their own engine. Okay, sure.
Although, rather than the traditional separate catapults, the catapults were now in a cross-shaped pattern.
Why?
For the weapons then, it now...
Why? So either they have overlap and you can only use one at a time in case you ram the mobile suits into it. Because it looks cool. There's probably some thought in there if we have a longer launch ramp to make it work. It's probably because it looks cool and they could say, well, we have a longer launch ramp, so we can throw them even faster now. Sure. But also the dual rail design probably just breaks.
Came outfitted with 5 single megaparticle cannons placed throughout the hull for excellent cover.
I mean, yeah, I guess this ship is probably doing a lack of resources. So they're probably not able to throw as many mobile suits. And also, they probably have a lower complement. So maybe, why not just have one at that point? Also, according to log, Axis Xeon and Mars Xeon were indeed built differently. They lack resources, but have cool technology. Even the remnants of Xeon, like Neo Xeon, got technology from Axis and Mars even. Oh, okay.
1 smaller twin megaparticle cannon behind the mobile suit hangar, a small double beam cannon at an unknown location, and an unknown amount of missile launchers, also at an unknown location. But still, just like the Musai class, it seems like the Endra class lacked any kind of real close-in weapon systems, and would still mostly rely on its 6 mobile suits.
I feel like I should recognize this, but all I can see is that's a lot of fuck you on one ship. Like, that looks like something out of 40K for the levels of sheer, this is going to kill you all over it.
For protection against enemy mobile suits and fighters.
Very colorful.
However, in a recent illustration of the Endra from the Advance of Zeta series...
And yet somehow, now that I see it from this side, I like the ship's design. What the hell? I still think this gun pointing at the engine itself is legitimately ridiculous. Just swap it to the bottom. They already have one gun. They're at a second one. Any gun where most of its rotational spread is your own ship sounds incredibly dumb to me. Yeah.
The small double beam cannon...
This literally just has to be the stylization. Seeing it from the top side, I think this is utterly beautiful and I love it. It's the same ship!
Were interpreted as anti-air guns and placed throughout various parts of the hull. And perhaps the biggest change
I'm okay with this one too.
Was that the Endra class was able to operate under gravity.
Because it reminds me of a Star Destroyer. That's why I like the design. That's why it does it.
Meaning that it was highly likely that the ship had a Minovsky craft system, but this is something that is never explicitly mentioned. To get to the Earth then, the Endra can descend by using a Balyut.
Can we just acknowledge how big that bubble has to be? Like, that is legitimately so much mass. Because ships are huge. Ships get huge. That is a utterly ridiculous amount of anything right there, man. Truly, Gundam production is built differently.
And just like the old Musais, the Endra was equipped with a Komusai.
It's definitely the angle. Because looking at it from the bottom, I don't like it again. It's definitely the angle. Yeah, this is not something I could ever look at from the bottom and think it's in any way, shape, or form something I could really appreciate. But I guess if it goes into orbit, it's meant to actually land. Which might be why they have the lower cannon here rather than there. Although it looks like there might be one there. Yeah.
That is now placed at the back of the bridge. And what's interesting to point out here is that it's still called a Ko-Musai and not a Ko-Endra. Because despite the completely new design, some sources still classify the Endras as a Musai class ship.
Oh.
Finally then, in terms of individual differences, the most striking one is without a doubt the color scheme. The standard color for the Endra is two-tone green, but there were also some ships with more striking color schemes like blue, yellow, and orange. A more important difference, though, are two
Yeah, it's literally just the picture of how they look from the bottom versus the top, where the top is utterly fine. The bottom looks utterly flat and devoid of characterization. Still with this stupid gun pointing at its own engine. I'm going to keep saying that one, man.
Types of bridges. There's a special version with...
I mean, at that point, just have two separate guns pointing out each of these outside ports, so you at least have smaller guns that do the job.
Antenna and an extra turret that seems like it's mostly given to high-ranking Neo Zeon commanders, and a standard version without those, and a slightly simplified design. The class would soon prove its value, and just like the Musai class before it, the Endra class would become Axis' main light cruiser during the first Neo Zeon War. But they wouldn't be the only ones using the cruiser. Not only would several units survive the war and pop up again during later Neo Zeon uprisings, but one of the Zeon remnant groups that Axis was working with would create their own custom variant. And this was the Endra Kai class, usually referred to as...
Oh, it has downward-facing wings on this one. Also, for Draco, the bottom is done so they fly well in atmosphere. Feel the flat bottom will also make it so they can land better. Or, as opposed to the previous ones, at all. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Although, having a flat base would be good for landings, as opposed to liquid landings, in which case, it wouldn't matter as much. Oh, and you see, they do actually have the two turrets down here pointing either way. Why do they even have this gun when they have two perfectly functional turrets doing the same thing here? I don't get this thing. I really don't get this thing. Is it meant as like a holdout in case everything on the top got shot off? Because at that point, it's just dumb. It's probably just there because someone's like, how do we make this area less visually boring? Add a gun. It's not a bad reason, actually. Ooh, also, Erickson, thank you for becoming a member at the clean shaven level. Thanks.
The Emperor class after the first ship of the line, the Emperor. It was mostly the same as the Endra class, but as with so many designs used by Mars Zeon, they wanted it to resemble the things used by the old Principality of Zeon.
Oh, so the resemblance was intentional. Oh. I really need to do more about the Mars Zeon, because it sounds like they're really cool. Probably also committing war crimes, but I'm assuming that's anything with Zeon will commit war crimes, and anything with the Earth Federation will commit war crimes. Actually, you can just say war crimes across the board.
So, as a result, a third forward-facing megaparticle cannon was added, the bridge modified slightly, and two extra engine modules were added on struts.
Yeah. I wonder if it's faster or they just use up more fuel to do less. Wait. Is that not a loading? Oh, it's probably a loading bay, not a Gundam bay then. Or a return chamber?
All to make it more visually
Do they transfer the Gundams from the... Or not the... Would they have Gundams this time period? No, it's probably explicitly not because they're trying to emulate everything, so they wouldn't have Gundams, so they probably wouldn't emulate it. The mobile suits are returned from here. Is there like just a transfer section right through this small gap? Or do they have to visibly get out and just fly themselves over? Huh. Also, Kit, UC is warcrime.exe? Yes, that sounds about right.
similar to the standard Musai class. Over 10 of these ships were built and sent out to support Axis, but only a few would eventually make it back to base. A much more radical departure from the original Musai then was the Musaka class.
Oh, that's a design.
But again,
it looks just more like a spaceship at this point with a tapered hull. Ultra simplified, so there's no weak points in the design. It's just everything all together. Which, oddly enough, kind of makes it look more like the Federation ships.
just like the Endra class, the Musaka class was sometimes still classified as a Musai class. And perhaps the biggest change, other than the Reolula-inspired red color scheme, was the shape of the ship.
Yeah.
No longer did it have the oddly bent hull with the separate engine blocks hanging off of struts,
they're all just connected
but
in,
instead, it became the shape that we would expect.
Also, I'm being told from Blaze, the Mars Zeon is from the F91 prequel game. And according to log, Mars Zeon, or whatever they call their MS old type, I think it's because they use old mobile suits. I see. Also, Yokai mentioned the white section of the middle is a jet launching bay. Oh, so they have separate launching for both fighter craft as opposed to mobile suits. So they have a complement of both. That's probably useful, actually.
Expect for a ship or for a spaceship. The engines were now connected.
According to log, they did create their own Gundam. Oh, wow. And Blaze Admiral mentioned, and AOZ, Black Rabbit had a dream. Those are words that I have no context for, but probably are really awesome if I knew.
Directly to the rest of the main body, and their output had also been increased significantly, with radiator fins attached to the bottom of the ship.
Oh, those are expressly radiator fins, too. I mean, considering how big they need to be, that's probably closer to realistic. I don't think it would be big enough, but it's probably closer.
Offset the increased heat. This then gave the Musaka class increased cruising range, and most important of all,
maybe it's just the angle, but I didn't like the downside approach from the other ships that I love the tops of. I didn't like the top of this one nearly as much, but the bottom, I think it kind of holds up. It's the... I just realized why I like it. It looks like something out of Macross. Is this another one of those unseen debacles where the same artist was just doing multiple work? I would not be surprised. Oh, man.
The ability to launch rapid raids against the Federation. And during these raids, the Musaka class's arsenal consisted of 6 mobile suits, 4 twin mega...
Oh, they had Oh, those are the launch ports. It's external launching. Okay. Huh.
Particle cannons with an output equal to those of the Ralula's secondary guns, 6 missile launchers, and...
What? I thought that was just a decal, but no, it looks like that's an actual forward launch port. It looks like there's a person in there, like an actual control room. That dies fast, doesn't it?
12 anti-air guns.
Also, Duck, Unseen was only American as Harmony Gold is an evil company? Yeah. Yeah. They're still around, too. They exist to be assholes.
And unlike...
Also, Yokai looks like a Star Destroyer from the back. Yeah, I see that. But it's the fins that make me think it looks like a design from Macross. But not one of the ships, but like one of the actual mobile units.
Most other ships of the era, the 2 launch catapults weren't horizontal, but instead angled. A design choice that would later return with the Crossbone Vanguard's Zamuth Gar class.
Are they launching from front and back, or just one really long one? No, there's angle, so it's multiple side launching. I guess if you're facing the right way, you're facing the right way. Facing the wrong way, you're now facing the right way. That's a lot more guns, too. This thing's basically a battleship. But because it's angled, they probably have the Gundams outside, or the... They said crossbones, so I think they have the Gundam outside of the line of fire from these as well. Oh, that's kind of smart. And because they're external, even though they might be easily damaged, they could also be easily repaired because there's a lot less metal around them.
11 ships are known to have been built and are easily distinguishable thanks to their hull markings, but it is sometimes speculated that up to 13 were completed. These ships would mainly participate in the Second Neo-Zeon War, sometimes also known as Char's Rebellion, but afterwards, some of the surviving ships would also be used by the Sleeves, a Neo-Zeon remnant group. These vessels...
They just called themselves that? That's a choice. Okay.
were painted in green, but were otherwise unchanged. The final Musai variant then...
It's the CG on this one, man. It's kind of cursed. Also, Maxim, have I ever heard of JoJo the Lighted Stage? JoJo? Yes, Lighted Stage? I think I have. I just don't know why. Huh. And Duck, they even come with 1/1700th GM and ball units. Oh, for the Salamis and Magellan models you're talking about, Duck. Oh, I need to check those out soon. And let's see. Excuse me. Shrikewiver mentioned not pirate ship. Crossbone Vanguard is military force in F-91. Really? For some reason, I thought they were rebels. My knowledge of it is all over the place. I don't know if what I've read is accurate or not. Oh, it's the sleeves. Sleeves. Oh, okay. Thanks. Thanks, sir. Have extraordinary fancy sleeves on their mobile suits. It's good distinctive marketing. Or marking. Yes, sorry. Completely different, accurate way to put it.
Was the RF Musai, or the Refined Musai. This ship was made by the Oldsmobile Army to resemble the old Principality of Zeon Musai.
I'm Sorry, I'm the what?
This ship was made by the Oldsmobile Army.
You know, if this was Battletech, I'd be like, oh yeah, they're just dropping in random things that exist. Gundam was not where I was expecting to have random Oldsmobile being dropped in. Apparently, Oldsmobile went for Xeon. Does that mean Ford is secretly working to produce its own Gundams that are spectacularly well known to spontaneously burst into flames? And I'm being told Oldsmobile Army is Mars Xeon. Because it's the old mobile army. I'm never going to unsee it as something else, though. That is a distinct choice.
To resemble the old Principality of Xeon Musai, but other than the fact that at least 3 of them existed, and that they apparently closely resembled the Musai final production type, not much is known about this ship. But the Musai class wouldn't just have its own lineage. As the first mobile suit carrier ever, the ship would also influence other designs like the Guanban class or the Alexandria class and its successors.
Yeah, this one definitely is on the Earth side because you can see the bridge style they always keep in the same. These two together. This one, it looks like a kiwi. Like the actual kiwi bird. I can't unsee that. It just looks like a kiwi. This is interesting, though. I kind of like its entire design. But also, it's literally covered in guns, so I'm very, very biased.
But those are stories for another time. And that has been all for the long development history of the Musai. But before I sign off completely, I want to end with an interesting observation from the second Mobile Suit Strategic Analysis book.
Oh?
Because the Musai's launch catapults are facing backwards, and
I don't know why, and it probably doesn't look this way in animation, but all I can see right here is the Simpsons clip of Ralph Wiggum going headfirst through a glass window going, "Yee!" It's dumb, but I can't unsee it.
Because the design instead seems to focus on its prominent 3 twin megaparticle cannons, they speculate that the Musai was designed as a warship first, and a mobile suit carrier second.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally shown doing broadsides, which is the thing a battleship would do, so yeah. I mean, specifically, historically, is what a battleship would do. In space, oddly enough, considering their entire thing is don't let your soul be held down by Earth's gravity, they're using a lot of tactics and design philosophy that work better in naval designs. Where the Earth doing it explicitly makes sense, and then I think Xeon doing it is just kind of ironically hilarious. Probably due to the fact that, you know, the people who are making this, who designed everything IRL for the show, are like, what would a space battleship look like? Steal from navies. Sure, why not? Because no one really knows what a space ship would look like beyond what we have of rockets and the shuttle, because that's just what we have IRL. What it turns out to be when there's full space building eventually, because 3D printing works in space. Would it work for building ships? I have no idea, but who knows? Maybe that's how it's designed. Maybe it's a different way. Maybe it's just sheet metal fabricated and just float into place. I have no idea. And no one else does either, so it means you can get away with anything so far. Why not? Also, I'm being told, according to Sarah, the Zuda engine was extremely prone to overheating and turned the pilot into a very little red comet. So Ford's DNA was certainly in the Zimda's design team.
After all, even though Xeon did have high hopes for their mobile suits, they did have yet to prove their value in real combat at the time of the Musai class's commissioning.
And unironically, this just looks like a Sphinx. Maybe that's just me. But it's not a bad idea to just throw down long-range fire on ships, because it's space. It's not like it's going to lose velocity.
Something that wasn't the case at all with later mobile suit carriers like the Pegasus class. But that is also a story for another time. Right now, all that's left to say is that for more similar content, don't forget to like and subscribe.
Also, I'm just going to pull up your comment really quickly, because I think I actually have been geeking out over this myself. Oh, also, Erickson, thank you for remember the clean shaven level. Thanks. And according to Sarah, doing broadsides is also the very last thing Musai should be doing. They got a very good forward-facing profile, capable of firing all its main guns while presenting minimal target. Yep! But broadsides, technically, are historically accurate to do the broadside of the ship, because naval ships had cannons that were fixed to the side where they could fire the most of them. And usually they were thick enough wood if you had this to survive getting shot back. So the best way to fuck over everyone smaller than you was to face them on the side where you could just wail on them. There were forward-facing guns, I think, on some ships, but you'd have to be going right at them, and then you might risk running into them if you're aiming to them, so you have to be going slower, or speeding up and then turning to the side, and then there's the issues of when you pass them, you still want to do a broadside anyways. Then in space, all of that doesn't matter, and it's just a completely different ballgame. There's so many design philosophies that could get utterly upturned and just do really funny, weird shit, man. Also, I think this is going slow right now. Okay. And fun fact, AE is a parody of Ford. Anaheim Electronics. Really? They're the parody. If anything, I thought they were too competent. No. Pegasus class is not so visible anymore. And again, Xeon didn't have institutional knowledge, so they probably did it because what they could find from history said broadside equals good. Yeah, and that makes sense. I just think it's hilarious that the faction that's space first wasn't really good on this space first stuff. And not just because they are also very bad about the space first when it came to not committing horrible war crimes and genocides. You know, the usual Xeon stuff. Spaceships work more like planes when you want to move forward facing the enemy because it's low profile. Except it's a plane where it doesn't actually have to maintain its heading to maintain its heading. Such as you could go forward, turn, rotate, spin yourself all the way around. And as long as you're not overpowering the forward momentum and just adjusting your profile, you can spin your ship however you want. It's absurd as long as you control it. It's just really cool. And sorry I mentioned, that's an intimidation factor. Like the British wearing red coats because it was to show how confident they were. We could bright red and still win. We're going to do the strike development today, Kenneth? Probably not today, but also I could be wrong because I'm not sure what was on this because I already forgot. Going to pull up Discord because we got a bunch of art I want to show off. Also, if anyone's interested in it, there's a new game coming out called Valkyries Around by Pyrex Steel. I'm actually thinking about just doing a stream of trying to play the game. Don't know if it'd be good. Don't know what would happen. Might do it on Twitch. But I'd like to figure out more about this. So if anyone's interested, let me know. It's a very new game, as of within the last 30 days new. So I have no idea how to play it either. But it seems cool because from what I've heard, it's a very interesting naval model game that is being designed through Tabletop Simulator. I just think that's cool. And here we go. Tabletop art. All right. So we got the designs from Alex. Oh yeah, I recognize. It's basically Gundam Wing with a bit of freedom. Specifically, Wing Zero from Endless Waltz, with a lot of the customizations that looks like from Freedom, and a bit of heavy arms for the shoulders. Yeah, it's basically if the giant guns needed more missiles on top of it. Yeah. That's the... Okay, do you feel lucky, Punk? The answer is no. Is it stupid? Yes. Do I love it? Yes. Nice one. Cooking on that. Oh, God, Kelpies. The arm peg on your strike... GM Striker broke or taking pictures. Super glue. Super glue, Matt. It will save everything right there because it will bond to that. Just let it dry for a bit. And I'd put some baking soda on the back to add extra layers in there and then add super glue on top of that. Because at least the internal, it might not be good, but it'll add extra strength by holding it from the inside where you can't see it. Just don't lose the pieces. Ooh. Oh, that's a nightmare. And Yokai mentioned the Gundam Wing Strike or Wing Freedom. Wing Freedom sounds so incredibly American. I love it. Also, Duck mentioned these were the 117th, sorry, 1 out of a 1700 scale Salamis and Magellan. And they come with a complement of balls and GMs on it for scale. And they look like naval battleships, except they have the hulls that look like they're very good at just being built all the way around it. Oh, that's so cool. Oh, and here's the actual... You can see how small they are. But at that scale, they're so small, even little issues like this, like the paint job ain't great, but it's so small, you can't do a great job, so it looks fine from the outside. The information being, that's the paint job! Oh, that's so cool. 36-piece set. 1-day reprint. I don't think it'll be $300 like it was all those years ago. But hey, army builder for the... Someone had an entire army set. HG After Colony Gundam Wing. Oh, it's the mobile dolls. Yeah. But just get an entire army out of it. $300 though, dear God. Oh. And Kelpies you've been painting. That's where you're painting? Oof. I hope you have super glue on hand, man. Although Gorilla Glue works well too if you're willing to shave down the excess for when it foams up. That's usually because when I'm using Gorilla Glue, I then put water on it to intentionally make it foam to fill in gaps and then just shave down where it's too big. It's a surprisingly useful way to build things because if you have some GW stuff and they don't always fill the gaps, that's a great way to immediately do that for a lot cheaper than any other option. I'm not saying I've had issues with it. Also, according to Strike Weapon, that's not mobile dolls, it's the Maganic Corpse. Oh, I don't know it then. It's been a while since I've seen it. Maybe that's why they're all gold instead. I thought it was just a design choice. After Colony, though, that's probably why I don't know it, because I don't know much from that time period. Because I don't like to acknowledge it. Yeah. Oh, and the one you're painting is a little further? Ooh, duck. That's cool. Oh, man. And here's the Never Pour for the Shenlong X Barbie. Not sure the Barbie part, but okay, it just looks cool, man. Unless it's a mech, I don't know. And ooh, entire diorama. Oh, that's so cool. Oh. And this is what really like Kelpies was painting. Mad respect for even getting that pattern down, man. That's very opposable too, but I guess you could see the joints around it. I want to say armor core for some reason, but I'm not entirely sure if it is. Yeah, there's just a lot of really cool art. Found out multiple packs kit are different than their standard release with the Black TriStar and Dom and V Operation being different colors. Oh, yeah, they are slightly shaded better. And I do mean better. Huh. I don't know why. I just don't like this one regardless. I don't know why. I really don't. The tank chart just, it's probably that. Yeah. Seriously, there's so many cool things. Also, Alex, the Talgie's head makes it look so cool. To be fair, yeah, it does. This is still just art, man. I would love if this was a kit rather than a full-on, like, figure. Because that would be so fun to build. Oh. I mean, I'm just looking at this and all I can think is, pretty. Yeah. And sir, it had AC vibes, but MS proportions. Yeah. Oh, and Mo, it was Barbie as in the Barbatos. Oh. Oh, that's why. Okay, that makes sense. It's like, oh, it looks like Iron Blooded Orphans. It's like, I don't know a Barbie crossover on that one. Which, I mean, to be fair, I don't know a lot of things. Like, it wouldn't be the weirdest thing ever. And Duck, After Colony is Wing. Oh. Why am I forgetting these guys then? Or were these the guys Catra was dealing with in the sand? I'm not even sure they were in Africa. Middle East? No, I don't know where it happened. I don't remember these guys in the slightest. Also, tomorrow. By the way, the 36 Mega core set requires 2 retail magnets and 2 P Bandai magnets to complete the full core of P Bandai commander units that have part to make one version of the specific commander unit. There's 30-minute mission kits. It's cheap. After War is Gundam X. Oh, okay. Thanks, Yokai. So it's after Colony, not after War. Oh, okay. Ooh. And Alex, I also made one with the wings Gundam backpacks also. Yeah. It just is cool, man. Who'd have thought? I like Gundam models. I know, that's probably shocking. But that should be long enough for the camera to cool down a bit. We can jump into the next one, the Barzam. All right. And that's Quattro's body parts. The bodyguards. Oh, okay. I don't know why. Just for some reason, I completely forgot them. They looked familiar, but I thought they were mobile dolls at first because there were so many of them. Nope. Just completely forgot they were there. Also, that had 40 members. Damn. Quattro really was just the rich kid in the group, wasn't he? And then Wu Fei's the one who you never actually cared to get to his backstory because he was such an ass the entire time. Maybe I'm biased. Who'd have thought? Let's check this out. All right, so next up we have the Barzam development history. This will be fun.
As the Grips War raged on, the Titans began fielding more and more powerful mobile weapons in an attempt to completely stomp out the Aeug rebels and later on Axis Zeon. But there were 2 big problems with these new machines. They were expensive and difficult to pilot, often to the point that they could only be used by top aces or cyber new types. This made them unfit for mass
I'm sure that never had a problem in there.
Production and would result in many of the Titans' pilots still using the Hyzak or the similarly obsolete Jim 2 until late in the war.
Oh?
And to remedy the situation, the Titans went back to the basics, a mass production mobile suit based on a Gundam. This time, the Gundam Mark II.
Oh.
And the result of this was the very unique looking Barzam. But
this is a Titan machine. Here's the thing. I don't remember it. It's probably just one of many things from Zeta I forgot. It's like, it looks familiar, but I just don't remember it. It wasn't a standout to me.
saying that the Barzam was just a mass production version of the Gundam Mark II would be a
I like the head better on this one, though.
gross simplification of just how much
it's the AOZ version. Yeah, people keep saying the AOZ anything is just going to look better.
R&D went into this single machine. Just like saying that today's
Raid, not sponsored by them.
For the full story of the Barzam, then, we have to go all the way.
Hazel. The Hazel just looks cool. Every time I see it, it's just awesome. Also, Ihor, tomorrow, the Barzam development history will give you a headache when you have AOZ knowledge. The more I hear about them, the more awesome they sound. They're probably someone going to be just making sure I know, though. They do war crimes as well. Why do I think that? Because it's Universal Century. Everyone does war crimes.
Back to the Gundam TR-1 Hazel, a souped-up Jim Quell that had become more Gundam than Jim, thanks to its plethora of high-performance test parts.
Which is funny, considering the GM was basically the mass production version of the Gundam. So it un-Gundam the un-Gundam.
This machine,
Or
alongside others, was assigned to the Titans test team.
Advance of Oz. Yeah, AOZ.
And its data, along with that of the other machines, was used to develop the Gundam Mark II. But while the Gundam Mark II was being developed, the Hazels were continuously being outfitted with different and new kinds of prototype.
I wonder if there's a separate build for every single one of the Hazel. Wait. Is the Hazel the Gundam that has the most unique variations in all kits? Because there's so many types you can put in and each one is just different enough? Or are they just building one that has tons of extras you could throw on? I don't know. Also, Siren, war crime rhymes with fun times, and everyone in the Universal Century agrees with you.
Parts,
Oh, God.
creating a very branched development tree. But the one that is relevant to our story today is the one that created the Hazel Ozla.
Oh, yeah, there was a transforming version. No, it probably had, like, the booster unit on it as well.
Starting out as a standard gym Quell, this machine was originally only meant to serve as
Hazel Reserve Unit, yeah.
spare parts for the original Hazel. But as the situation
Spare part model
changed,
became
it
the
would
new
be pushed into service and redesignated as the Hazel 2. Its next round of upgrades then would introduce various features and design elements that would be carried over to the Barzam. These being a new mono-eye sensor for sniping, the bulky legs, and the high-heeled feet.
Really? That's what they kept? The bulky aspects? Yeah, turning into basically a Xeon kit. Also, according to Real Life Kelpies, in terms of model kits, they have dedicated kits and option parts. Ooh. Okay. And according to Tomorrow, the Hazel has 2 units, and they've been testing a lot of parts. Oh, it was actually just 2 units altogether. I thought it was a series of units that were just called Hazel. I don't know why I thought that. Because there's so many parts brought in and out and in and out and in and out that at this point you could probably build multiple Gundams with the parts that are removed.
And after this now advanced Hazel would be further upgraded into the Hazel Ozla by equipping it with the Primrose.
That still looks so cool. It's like, I did not know the Hazel at all prior to watching this series. And that's one of the models that if I ever find a really good deal on it, I'm going to be really tempted to pick it up, man. It just looks cool. Also, double shields. Specifically the double shield variant. I have a bias, man.
And while this more well-armed configuration might not really resemble the Barzam all that much,
or at all,
one of its configurations was kept as basic as possible. The Hazel Ozla Next Generation Mass Production type. And here we can really see the unique form of the Barzam beginning to take form. But this would be far from the only machine used to develop the Barzam.
Oh wait, they're taking from a lot of different places that I wasn't expecting. This one makes sense. That, oh no, it's the torso configuration being so small. Yeah, that makes sense. Still not sure what people said this combines with a bigger... What is this? Why does it look like the Hazel is put into another mech altogether? Huh.
For its main frame, it used the drum frame first used by the Kahar and further refined by the TR6 Woundwort. Something that...
Still really don't know enough about this mech. We did an entire design, was brought into a design history. It just looks like this thing is missing something, like people said it was docking with a larger mech. I don't know what it means.
Would lead to the machine looking very distinct from other Federation mobile suits.
Yeah. Oh, hey, Steven. I was the Rick Diaz with the AU grunt machine. Aha. Oh, you probably said you wanted to write, I wish the Rick Diaz was the AU grunt machine. Ah.
And even the main machine that it was supposedly based on.
Yeah.
The aforementioned Gundam Mark II. And this was especially pronounced in...
Also, I'm being told the one I was talking about back there, the giant version with the giant arms, according to Angel, I think that's one testing the arms with the Psycho Gundam. That's the Barzam 2, the TR6 LARPing as a Barzam over the Nemo. Huh. Honestly, the one testing the Psycho arms kind of looks like really cool, oddly enough.
The aforementioned Gundam Mark II. And this was especially pronounced in the resulting hip structure. But for the unique chest, we have to look at the combined armor.
I just realized something. That's a weapon, isn't it? They gave it a dick laser. Considering how often nipple lasers are a thing Gundams have, and I do mean Gundams, I'm looking at heavy arms. Well, actually, those are machine guns, so big blowy uppies. And other models that explicitly have thrusters that have forward-forcing spires. Why not?
That was tested out on the Rosette Enhanced Land.
Oddly enough, This is one of the Xeon designs. I'm looking at this, all I can think is, I like this. I really like this. Apparently, my thing with them is giant accelerators, man. Or in this case, ass fillers.
Combat form, which itself was a development of the Hyzak cannon's optional chest armor. The legs and head then, as mentioned before, were mostly influenced by the upgrade parts for the Hazels, but also incorporated data from the Hyzak Vannergan.
Oh, I do not know this mech. I don't think it's come up before, but that is pretty. Like, you could see the Zaku DNA in, well, a lot of it, but there's so much going on right here. Like, I'm going with the tubes on this, but the head, the horn is huge. This is definitely the what are we doing? I don't know. Let's try it model, but it looks so cool.
Next up then, we...
Also, according to Duck, depending on the cannon, it's a Megal particle cannon or a refueling port. Ah, it's a reverse pisser. Got it.
We have the arms and the purpose-built beam rifle that were inspired by the Primrose. And this beam rifle had some very unique features about it. Not only was it held on the outside of the arm to allow it to be connected to the shoulder arm.
Huh. Still don't like it, but it looks cooler with it actually stripped down so you could see the components. Also, according to Blaze, the Wonderwart's final form is a giant mobile armor with 6 mobile suits as funnels. I need to figure out what the Wonderwart is. That sounds awesome. And Tomorrow mentioned, yes, the Hyzak using the Haruduru unit. I know I butchered those words.
Armor, but unlike many other weapons used during the Grips War, it didn't use a replaceable E-Pack. It could also be used as a shield, and a grenade launcher could be mounted on the outside. And talking about the Primrose, depending on the version of the Barzam, it also came with an emergency escape system.
Oh!
There is no mention of this on the original Barzam, but in the Advance of Zeta Barzam, a modified version of the...
Why do I think it was Advance of Xeon? It's Advance of Zeta. Huh. And Blaze mentioned all the names are Watership Down references. Yeah.
The Woundwart's Primrose 2 is installed in the torso via the drum frame. Something that is also given as an explanation for the Barzam's unique torso design. All of these different technologies then were brought together at the New Guinea base and simplified to create the Barzam, the mass production version of the Gundam Mark II. Kinda.
You're adopted. Oh man, the sheer disrespect on that one.
But the high-grade model kit of the Barzam does give you the option of swapping out its backpack with that of the Gundam Mark II.
I kind of like their backpack better, actually. It's not bad, and that's really cool, but it's probably the design aesthetic fits better with it. That's why with the gold.
Making the two slightly more related. Also, despite being a mass production machine for the Titans, the design was finalized by mostly ex-Xeon staff. Continuing with its weapons...
Ex-Xeon staff! I wonder if any of their decisions made it into the design aesthetic. Nah, that's crazy talk.
And it had 2 beam sabers, 1 in each arm, and an optional double Vulcan pod inspired by that of the Gundam Mark II. And in some manga, the...
See, this looks a lot more like a mass-produced mobile suit that was based on a Gundam. It's the shoulders and the head, though, that do it. But yeah, I see it here.
Barzam can also be seen using standard Federation handheld weaponry, like the BR-87A beam rifle.
And the gun, the arms, the legs, all of it look more blocky as opposed to the more organic shapes Xeon uses a ton of.
And the Mark II's shield. And there was even one occasion of a Hyzak using the Barzam's dedicated beam rifle. Unfortunately for the Barzam though, it never truly got its chance to shine. At least not with the Titans.
Yeah.
Because despite them being able to churn out these machines at a surprising rate, the writing was already on the wall. The Titans were losing, and despite being arguably the best mass production machine of the war, the Barzam simply wasn't enough to turn the tide. What also didn't help is that they no longer had the backing of the Federation.
Huh. Kind of surprised the Federation still exists at any time period, since it just feels weird that people wouldn't just do bullshit with that.
Meaning that they couldn't produce enough Barzams to replace all of their older machines.
Oh.
But despite being in service for only a short period of time...
Like what, a couple years maybe? Yeah. Also, Mo, Xeon top engineers are USC or U's? Probably autocorrect on that one.
The Barzam did have a few variants, including a pre-production version that was supplied to a top-secret special unit within the Titans.
That looks cooler. Like, unironically, it looks cooler.
The Black Hares. At first glance, the only real differences with the finalized Barzams are that its arms and weapons are taken from the Gundam Mark II.
That's probably why it looks cooler then, yeah. The head, the crest is there all the time. I just think peacock. Which is weird, because that's not what a peacock would do. That'd be an entire fan behind it.
But when you look closer, you'll see that...
Oh, it's the chest design is so flat right here, where this one has a lot of extension to it.
Everything else is also slightly different. The legs...
Slightly? The hands look like claws in this one, but I think that's just more the art style. There's just a lot more. There's more sections. These are covered up, which is definitely a good choice.
And chest are a different shape. The head
has a
reinforced visor. And the backpack resembles an early version of what would later on be used by the Jagan.
Honestly, I thought that was from the Gundam Mark II, but okay.
And these units would be extensively used in the fight against the Airier. However, the most famous variant is without a doubt the refined Barzam, an overhauled and upgraded version of the standard Barzam.
It looks better because the proportions don't seem as off, but the dick particle laser is even more pronounced right now, just to make sure you have that big particle laser energy.
That also felt...
Squirrel Spartan, this Federation existed up to before the events of G Savior. Yeah, I know. That's why I thought it was weird. As far as I know, I don't think they ever stopped existing. I'm just surprised that they did.
Much more in line with the Gundam Mark II that it was supposedly based on. The head remained largely the same, but the legs were completely redesigned to be sleeker. It had a more conventional looking torso behind the combined arm.
I mean, also they put some kind of covering over the actual joints right there. Yeah. Also, according to okay, he looks more like Zeta Gundam.
Armor, skirt armor modeled after that of the Mark II, and the arms and backpack were now virtually identical to those of the Mark II. And the same went for the weapons. The Vulcan pod remained mostly the same, but the two beam sabers were now stored on the backpack, and instead of the unique shield and beam rifle combo thing, it now used the Mark II shield, hyper bazooka, and beam rifle, but now with an optional underslung grenade launcher. And while this was everything that we got for the refined Barzam in the story, we did get some interesting ideas that could have been had the Titans beaten the Airier and gained access to the Airier's upgrades for the Gundam Mark II.
True.
And one of these upgrades was the full armor Gundam Mark II.
Really? The full armor? The thing that's... Yeah, I guess sure, why not?
And the Robot Spirits figure of the refined Barzam...
Oh, they actually did a version.
Completely compatible with the full armor part.
Okay, that actually looks really cool. Unironically, it does improve a lot of it. I still don't like the head because of the giant horn, but the rest of it is really cool.
Allowing you to create the full armor Barzam. This version comes with extra armor, extra thrusters, and of course, extra weapons.
Yeah.
A twin grenade launcher for the left arm, and a twin beam cannon for the right arm, which also has a built-in grenade launcher. Unfortunately, the G Defensor was in development at the same time, and it was seen as an overall better solution for the same problem, resulting in the full armor add-on parts not being used by the Mark II, nor by the refined Barzam.
Yeah.
And talking about the G Defensor, This thing connects to the backpack of the Gundam Mark II to form the Super Gundam. And because the refined Barzam's backpack...
Gundams where they have random extra things connecting to it because they're basically Transformers without being Transformers sometimes. And looking cooler than a Transformer sometimes does. Yeah.
...is virtually identical to that of the Mark II, it stands to reason that it can also dock with the G-Defensor. An idea that was used for the Armor Girls Project Gundam Mark II figure.
This is not the reference I thought he was going to make on this one. Also, I know very little about the Armor Girls Project. This is the first time I've heard the name of it. I know about the Mech Girl style thing going on for a while. I learned early on that this is something that's official from Bandai. I just always thought for years now it was one of those, we'll just pretend we don't notice about it and someone's making knockoffs. Nope, this is something Bandai has been doing directly.
Sure. This set didn't just come with the G-Defensor, but also with parts to turn her into the refined Barzam. So you could also turn...
You know, if there's an entire Gundam build show, I'm assuming at some point, they're just going to jump the gun and say, sure, why not? Magical Girl Wait, that's already a thing. That's Nanoha. Magical Girl Gundam is Nanoha. Just more metal on this one. Although from what I've seen of the newer arcs in the series that haven't come out yet, they win full armor as well. So sure, why not?
Turn her into the super refined Barzam. And just like the full armor version, this granted the machine extra protection, extra thrusters, and extra weapons. Two 14-tube missile launchers, and a long rifle that was comparable to the Hyakushiki's Mega Bazooka launcher in terms of...
Okay, unironically, that is really cool. And I would be terrified to ever have this kit because every one of these parts looks like something that will break if you so much as walk by them. Oh, God, they're beautiful, man. They look so cool, but at the same time, look at all those small parts that look like they have articulation. Unless this is actually solid and it's faking the articulation, which I don't think Gundam does a lot. Yeah.
Of power. And as mentioned before, the high grade of the regular version does come with the ability to swap...
That's fine. That's cool. Like all the details that are extraneous that just are beautiful, man. That's just beautiful.
...about its backpack for that of the Mark II, meaning that you can also make your own regular Super Barzam. But with the war
going
coming
even further
to an
beyond
end,
Barzam,
many Titans pilots, together with their Barzams, would either surrender to the Federation or throw in their lot with one of the various Zeon remnant groups. And this would lead to two very different fates for these Barzams. The Federation wanted to distance themselves as far from the Titans as they could, even going as...
irony of Titans joining Zeon. Considering how many scientists probably came from it, I don't think it was that big of a stretch, but still, there is a lot of irony there, and I love it.
...as far as to mothball the excellent Alexandria-class cruiser.
Oh.
But attempts were also made at un-Titanifying certain mobile suits. A prime example of this was the Byerland, which was turned into two Byerland Customs under the...
The more I see this mech, the more I just kind of like it. It's ridiculous, but it's ridiculous in a way that I think is kind of cool.
...the Chimera project. And the same also happened with the Barzam.
Oh?
With their own forces in shambles and the rapidly advancing Axis forces, they couldn't really ignore the high-performance Barzam. And thanks to its highly modular frame, courtesy of the Wound Ward, it was also very easy to modify with technology from the prominent AUG and Earth Federation mobile suits, turning it into a much more gym-like machine.
They made the dick laser even more prominent somehow. Maybe it's a fueling port at this point, but it really, like, they gave it a massive cup, only passed on by some of the, let's go with other overcompensation machines. Ugh.
And these conversions were a joint venture undertaken by Buch Aerodynamics and...
I'm sorry, the what? The book Aerodynamics. Okay, let's go with that one. I thought it was Boof Aerodynamics, like... That would be a word. If you need me to explain it, I'm not doing that on YouTube.
And NAMSD Labs. In March of UC0088, this so-called bar gym was only adopted by the Airier and Karaba as
Barge him. We're gonna barge in all over the place on this one. Oh god, if I saw this show where this came out, I would never stop making these jokes and no one would understand why I'm doing it.
the MS-008, but
I also can't tell if I like or hate this design. It's like I like it more than the generic Barzam, but not as much as some of the variants. It's just something about it is off for me. It looks like we have a mobile suit at home, where even the gym looks and goes, I'm good.
after seeing its performance, the Earth Federation would also adopt the machine with the model number RGM-87.
Although, oddly enough, between the gym and this, you can kind of see some of the design choices that F91 used as well. I wonder how many of these mechs were designed after the fact to explain moving between settings. Also, according to Van Afu Melkas, I'm going to just butcher your name, sorry about that. The Byerland Custom 1 is one of the coolest in Unicorn movie. To be fair, most things in Unicorn were pretty damn cool. And the surviving Alexandria, according to Angel, would still be upkept as a surviving ship of the class. The Guanland was old enough to have been used by the Titans, but was put into service by the Ligue Militaire in 153. Shit, I've heard about those guys. If only because their other factions they were competing against were somehow more evil.
Around this time, two types
French Revolution,
existed.
I think the comment was.
The A-type,
Terror.
which only had its head modified, and the B-type, which used parts from the Gym 3 to increase parts compatibility and also ease of maintenance.
Yeah, I mean, if they work.
This work on the Barzam would prove invaluable for both companies involved, who would continue their mobile suit development plans. Labs was able
And we see how it goes down. Attracted researchers from the TR series eventually acquired by Sinri, Gundam, and Buka Dynamics, collaboration with Sinri, went on to create the Danan series for the Crossbone Vanguard. Yeah.
to acquire more researchers who had previously also worked on the TR series, and Buch Aerodynamics launched a collaboration with Sinri, a series of events that would result in the Bargym C-type, which would then later on be upgraded.
It looks like it, but for some reason the design doesn't strike me as Gundam. Maybe that's why I don't like it. It doesn't look like a Gundam design. It looks like someone tried to make a knockoff in a different franchise. Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
Into the C2 type by switching out its generator with that of a Jagan J type. And it seems that these conversions
This
were
doesn't
a
look bad.
huge success. In the UC-120s, they would be deployed by several colonies to defend themselves against the Oldsmobile army, and they were
Every time I hear that, I cannot take it seriously, man. The joke probably works better in Japanese, but in America, in English, if you know history, that's a historic company at this point because I don't think anyone more recent would know that. Yeah. Also, it looks like a Macross design without the transformation element. Yeah, I kind of see that. I wouldn't be surprised if they probably had animators moving between studios.
still in use by the Side 2 Alliance well into the UC-140s. But the honor of the longest-serving confirmed Barzam goes to a unit known as the Vakzam.
Oh.
Although, to be honest, calling this thing a Barzam is generous at best.
Yeah, you can see a lot of parts from other mechs here. It just has the head.
While it does have the head of a Barzam, it's got the body of a Methus, arms of a Zaku 2, a Morrisai shield, and no legs. But those are just for show anyways.
Unless you're on the Earth, in which case it kind of helps. And is that just a shield as the head? Not gonna joke. How come more mechs don't do that?
What it does have are various cosmetic touches, like the cloak and the nails, to make this thing look more terrifying and to give it the vibe of a zombie or a ghost. Unfortunately, these did little for the weak performance of this machine.
Where was this from?
So let's quickly
manga.
move back to our more successful bar gyms, because one customized version is also known to have existed. The bar
Was it piloted by a Pinkerton? If you get the reference, yeah.
The Bar Jim House, which was deployed by the private military company Burnham. Similarly to the Jagan Burnham custom, it was...
I don't like it. I really don't like it. It looks like someone who's about to talk about how a monocle makes you very fond of imperialism. Bring out a second monocle for double imperialism. I don't know how to do a British accent on a command.
It was painted in purple and had a sensor over the left eye.
But why would they need to put a sensor over the eye since the eyes were already the sensors and the sensors could just be upgraded at that point?
The other changes are unknown, but it's said that its performance was equal or even superior to that of the early Jagans. And in UC-116, it would be further customized with a beam lance.
Slanesh coded?
Many other Barzams then would end up fighting against the Federation as part of Re-Zeon. These units were redesignated as ARZ-154.
My God! Can you imagine this design aesthetic doing this? Oh my God. Also, tomorrow, the monocle is actually meant as an additional sensor because they're that old. Oh, so it's so old that it's not actually worth upgrading, just adding a slapped-on improvement. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
And would see a number of minor modifications. The most striking one is their new color scheme, but the crotch was also changed, the leg thrusters were slightly different, and a leg-mounted hovering system now became part of the Barzam standard equipment. But many of these units would also be further modified with parts from the TR series. These modifications had actually also been planned by the Titans as part of the Barzam's modular design, but...
Oh, I want to go back and see that. What the hell? Yeah. So it looks like there was a lot going on here with this one. It looks like they have the full armor set up, but except it's not armor. It's like they have a full mobile suit, but it extra pieces around it. It just incorporates into the larger mech that looks like a face. I just realized it's literally a skull face. Oh, yeah.
But due to the state they were in by the time of the unit's deployment, simply mass-producing the thing probably took priority. Also, whereas the Barzam was a mere mass production unit for the Titans, for Re-Zeon, it would become something much more. For them, the Gundam TR6...
Okay, that head. I've seen this around a few places now, and they're giving it the cutest officer ever. Okay.
Wound wart had led them to victory in the Civil War against Mars Z.
People did mention the wound wart. I guess we're going to finally see this thing.
So, as the development...
Oh, that's the wound wart. Is that the thing I feel like I'm missing information on this to make sense of what he's talking about. Because this is the mech that is the crazy one based on the donut ships of all things.
From the wound wart, the Barzam was treated as an ace unit and even became a Royal Guard unit.
What were the... Yeah, because I was told the mobile suit, the wound wart, used actual mobile suits as essentially the bits, but... Also, I keep saying bits. I know it's not the right word. I'm just going to keep doing it, though.
But then again, like I just said, the Barzams deployed by Re-Zeon weren't just Barzams. One of the most out there modifications was the Grand Barzam. This form was achieved by equipping the Barzam.
I'm also not sure if I love or hate this. If it has mobility to move and like pull things apart, almost Transformers-esque, I probably would geek out for this. If it's just, here's a block of plastic, it doesn't look very mobility oriented. Let's put it that way. Giant cannon, or not cannons, like giant thrusters though are always a selling point.
With the massive Grand Hovering Unit, or for marine operations, the Barzam could be outfitted with the Aqua Hum.
Oddly enough though, I really like how this looks. That's just cool.
Humrabi 2, turning it into the Aqua
Humrabi,
Barzam.
That's
nicknamed
neat.
Trident, due to the trident-like shape that the head and the shoulders had in this configuration. Most of the equipment consisted of parts that could be hooked up to the Barzam on a moment's notice, but with enough preparation time, the Barzam...
Oh. And you can see how there's the various options put in there, so it's basically just the Xeon head for some of them.
Could also be equipped with a specialized visor.
That works.
The cockpit could be strengthened to better resist the water pressure.
Yeah, that's a thing.
And the joints could also be sealed. Its main weapon then was the Bahal rifle, an underwater version of the Phaidine rifle that also had 4 harpoons around the barrel. Now, this equipment was completed right before the end of the Grips War.
It is weird, though, how just making the underwater version of the Barzam took it from the, this could be cool, to, oh god, that actually is really neat. Usually the underwater variants don't do it for me. Some of them look kind of cool. This one, it just looks right. And it has almost a fish predator shape where it kind of fits in a design aesthetic for what it is doing on top of anything else. Also, Golden, you're planning to pick one up for yourself. And Duck Menchie has the Titans and Re-Xeon versions of it. Ah, yeah.
So, while images of the Titans version exist, it's not known if they ever got to use them in real combat before fleeing to Re-Xeon. Also, despite being called an Aqua unit, by adding the extra boosters and weapons of the Hammurabi 2 to the Barzam, or whatever other unit it was equipped to, the machine's performance would be increased no matter what the battlefield was. And finally for Re-Xeon, they would also use a successor unit of the Barzam, the Barzam 2.
That's a Gundam head with the Barzam's over-the-top unicorn horns. Huh. Is it just weird? Do the arms look incredibly tiny by comparison? Because it's the Woundwort style, very big legs, tiny torso, very small arms. Yeah, I see the DNA from that one in there.
Although, this does come with somewhat of an asterisk, because this version was actually first conceived by the Titans during the Grips War as an alternative mass production version for the Jim, the Hazel Ozla, and the Barzam.
Oh.
Rather than trying to simplify and mash together a bunch of different machines, the Titan specification of the Barzam 2 was basically just the body of the Woundwort with the limbs of the Hazel Ozla, a new head, and some minor modifications.
Yeah, I see it.
Re-Xeon would run with this idea and recreate it, but with Barzam limbs instead of Ozla limbs, and a new antenna that was connected to their satellite surveillance system.
Oh, so that's all part of the same antenna setup, except instead of one going up the back, it's doubled up, but on either side of it. I think it looks cooler, but they're also more slim, so I guess that would make it harder or stronger, I don't know. Definitely more cool looking.
This satellite system allowed them to receive combat information on the fly, and it also opened up when communicating, giving it a more Gundam-like appearance.
Oh, also, according to Blaze, the Barzam 2 gives you everything you need to build both a Barzam and a Woundwort. Oh, now that's good to know, especially if kits have enough extra parts to build multiple within them. That's just cool.
Something that is said to have had a great psychological effect on both friend and foe alike.
I just realized what that looks like. It has twin tails. We found the Tsundere Gundam head. That's probably why when they did the Barzam version, it had twin tails as well. Is the catchphrase for this Gundam Baka?
And just like the regular Barzam, this Barzam 2 could also be outfitted with the Grand unit.
I can't unsee it.
The Grand Barzam 2. It could probably also use the Aqua Hammurabi, but no images or records exist of that yet. So instead, let's talk about the 2 remaining Barzam variants. First up, the Barzam Commander Custom. And unlike what you might be expecting based on the name, this wasn't just a commander version of the Barzam with an extra antenna. Instead, this machine was one of the prototypes made to test out experimental parts that could potentially be used with the finalized Barzam.
Oh, also, I'm being told the Rezion leader is a girl named Alicia Zabi. How are there so many zombies? Is this just like another clone, or does something else happen? Oh god. Although it's unknown if she is a real zombie. For her, I hope she isn't. Because the more you learn about them, the more you're like, yeah. Why would you acknowledge that?
It was outfitted with high-performance thrusters on the backpack and hovering units on the shoulders.
Also, Blaze Emerald mentioned that Barzam 2 is probably the next P Bandai kit you go for. Ooh.
And legs, allowing it to hover under gravity, as well as giving it superior maneuverability. Its standard weapons then were a Vulcan pod, a rapid-fire linear railgun modified from those meant for the Garuda, and a crotch-mounted mega particle gun with an output rated of 5.4 megawatts. And what's interesting about this
I was trying to draw less attention to it, but at the same time, just going to track myself. The white one? Now that I look at it, it is the most armor core design I've seen yet just because of the chest piece. I kind of like it for that reason.
Crotch mega particle cannon is that for a long time there was a lot of speculation going on about what that thing on the regular Barzam's crotch was. In fact, not even the animators were sure what to do with the thing, because it can be seen drawn in the corner, which would eventually be confirmed as correct, and in the middle, which is probably the most aesthetically pleasing of the two. As for...
Oh, I thought it had depth. Okay. So that's the accurate one. I think if you have it drifting off to the side, you should consult with a doctor. Oh my god. And Federica, you can even say the Barzam is a bit dickish. The biggest dickus.
What it was, the two leading theories were that it was either a mega particle cannon, which is what this variant went with, or some kind of refueling port, which is...
Your mileage may vary, and your ability to remain on YouTube if you watch that.
What it actually turned out to be. But back to the Commander cut.
Someone managed to sneak that in there, and they weren't sure which one they wanted to go with, but definitely involved a lot of going before they got it into production and realized, oh wait, it actually made it all the way through. Even better. Oh my god. Also, TS, ironically, Barzam is a GM of Gundam M Mark. Out of the kits, Barzam custom technically exists in premium Bandai. Huh.
Custom. For defense, it uses a shield that could also be used as the back skirt, and just like any...
Wait, are there other mechs that use the shield as a skirt? I don't think I've seen any with that design option.
Real Commander unit, it also had a more powerful antenna, and was said to be 11% more powerful than the regular Barzam. And the pilot of this customized prototype was Colonel Russ Hannibal, the commander of the 13th Autonomous Mobile Squadron, Dragoon 13, stationed on board the Garuda-class Harvey. They were an Earth Federation unit consisting entirely of ex-Zeon soldiers and were tasked with patrolling the Kilimanjaro area. And finally, we have the Musica, a brand new...
We've seen images of this a few times. I think it's been referenced before. And all I can think is, it seems like it just stole parts from some of the later Gundams.
Barzam variation that recently appeared in the UC Engage smartphone game.
Oh. I have no idea about the game. I think it's been brought up a few times. I don't know shit about it, though.
The Ashimar was a highly successful transformable unit during the Grips War, but its high performance also came at a high price.
Looking dumb as hell and not selling models.
Incorporate it into the Barzam to lower its costs. And one of the main ways they tried to achieve this was by replacing the Ashimar's drum frame with the Barzam, which resulted in a very unique looking machine, which was also outfitted with its own custom beam rifle.
Oh, so that's supposed to be the donut shape around it. The donut Zam. Oh.
and the Ashimar parts could also separate from the Barzam to form the Musica-based subflight system. Whether or not this machine was ever built or only exists as a paper design is currently unknown, but what I do know is that if you want to know more about the Ashimar's development history, you can check that out through the link on screen.
It's definitely the entire development line where it started as this is dumb, but sure, to okay, shit, this is actually cool. Yeah, and as it progressed, it did get developmentally cooler.
Or down below in the description and top comment. And that has been all for the Barzam.
All right, and next up we have the new Barzam, a GM2 Kai, and mass-produced Gundam. Oh, Owlsus? I'm still gonna butcher that name until I hear it. I'm gonna jump right into this because I just want more Barzam, damn it. It looks so cool by the end, but also so weird.
A few weeks ago, I did a development history on the Titans' final mass production mobile suit, the Barzam. A machine that was somewhat related to the Gundam Mark II.
Still adopted.
And
he's still running with that joke.
Also had a lot of variants. So of course, shortly after that video went live, we got yet another variant.
Okay, there's a few things here that look cool. There's a few things that look weird. And then there's this. That's the Hazel with the parts from... Yeah, it's the hands built in from the... Or no, there's not even that. It's just the fingers. Because there's like shield plating around it. What is going on with this thing? It looks like someone's trying to... It kind of reminds me of Proto Devil Gundam. That's what it is. Okay.
Of the Barzam.
Like the design philosophy of this became trying to do it later with the Devil Gundam. Okay.
The Barzam SSD experimental specification.
That actually looks cool.
Truly, the variety of Advance of Zeta can only be rivaled by the variety of today's sponsor, Factor.
Hey, you get the bag, man. No complaints there.
So then, as we discussed in the
Also, I am not watching a Factor ad because I am hungry right now. It will kill me.
Barzam's development history, after the collapse of the Titans, many units, research, and bases would be reintegrated into the ranks of both the AUG and the Federation. One of them being the Starship Down asteroid base, where the Barzam Starship Down experimental specifications was developed. The biggest and most obvious difference of this new Barzam variant was the optional flare unit that was attached to its crotch and the backpack. This would allow the Barzam to undergo atmospheric re-entry, but there's no word or pictures on how this would work, or even if it worked for that matter. The other changes then are mostly...
Yeah, the head is not just covered up, but they've put on the underwater piece, it looks like.
Borrowed from the pre-production Barzam. It's got different chest armor, a reinforced visor, and also uses the Mark II's shield. For the weapons then, we get the missile pods from the Woundwort and a new type of beam rifle that looks like it also used the same type of E-Pack as the Hazel series and the Mark II.
Yeah, I see it.
It also bears a striking resemblance to the beam rifle that was first used by the Rizel, and then later on, more famously by the JA and B types. So personally, I like to think that the SSD's beam rifle served as a basis for it. And while this was everything on the Barzam SSD, we also got more stuff on...
Yeah. Also, Starship Down, Yokai. It's the base where all shipped down Gundam names were stored. Also, Starship Down, Watership Down. Yeah, I see it now. Also, Duck. Or it's 10. I don't remember. They kept missing your house and made 3 weeks of meals cancel. You got your money back. So, Duck, you got it, and they just didn't send them. Or they sent it to the wrong location. That just sucks. Although, if my wife wasn't a really good cook and it was just up to me, I'd probably have to do something like that just because my ability to cook is heavily downgraded by my not doing that. The ability part. I like it. I'm just bad to the point of actively being kept from trying.
Other mobile suits. And one thing that immediately caught my attention was this machine, because I believe they're either retconning or fixing something they put out earlier.
Jim.
In one of the Barzam's development schematics, we find this mobile suit. And while it is a bit small, the people who are familiar with Advance of Zeta will probably recognize this as the Gym Type C high mobility type.
Oh. Honestly, I just thought it was a regular Gym just with extra details added on, because they've done that plenty of times where they update a model to just look cooler. But it's a specific type. Okay.
This was a test unit for the Titans to see if they should also adopt the Gym 2 as their standard machine, just like the Federation did. So they modified a Gym C type with the same kind of upgrades, and created what I guess you could call the Gym 2 Kai or the Gym 2 Type C. Or, again, as the Titans called it, the Gym Type C high mobility type. The only real difference being that the Titans also added an extra vent so that the machine would have enough cooling for all this new equipment. And again, while it is a bit difficult to see here because it is rather small, there is no doubt that the machine in the illustration also has that extra vent.
Oh.
However,
how do you even spot that? I wouldn't even be able to. I thought it was just like a shadow. But no, that's actually a thing. Oh, yeah.
Not identified as the Gym Type C high mobility type, and not even as a variant of the Gym 2. It is simply the...
What is Factor made of? Ram, how would you eat that? One bite at a time. This is my chat. I love this.
Gym 2. But it seems that they noticed their mistake and put out a new Gym 2 for the world to appreciate. Because in this new image, we have a Gym 2, but without the added chest vent. As for the description, it is just a standard backstory for the regular Gym 2. So here are two theories for this machine that you can use for your own personal headcanon. One, it's simply the upgraded Gym Type C counterpart.
Admittedly, I think some of the designs, everything but the first Gym looks pretty damn cool. But these two do look really neat on their own right.
Of the upgraded vanilla Gym. Just like the Federation had a bunch of vanilla Gyms lying around, ready to be upgraded, the Federation also had a bunch of Type Cs lying around.
I wonder if they ever went full Gurren Lagann and just made a mech that smaller mechs docked into directly. Not like the flight units, but like actual full mechs that were piloted by smaller mechs inside of them. Because it seems like the over-the-top jumping the shark that would eventually get done. And I would love, because you can imagine the kit for that. It comes with multiple mechs.
So the vanillas became the RGM-79R, and the Type Cs became the RGM-79CR. Or the RGM-79RC, if you want to give it a different model number from the high mobility type.
It does look cool that way.
Or theory 2 is that this is the variant of the Gym 2 that the Titans went with after successfully testing it out with the high mobility type.
Yeah, probably.
So the Gym 2s that you see the Titans using in the anime,
it just looks good, man. It really does.
Would be these more version Kotoki-esque Gym 2s instead of the vanillas. Also, by streamlining the new parts and taking out some of the unnecessary ones, they could eliminate the extra vent. But let me know how you like to imagine how this new Gym 2...
Also, according to okay, yes, they did. It's in the Hathaway part of the timeline. And cough, cough, Neo Zeon, cough, cough. And I have no idea what you're talking about.
Fits into the canon. And finally, there's also a cool tidbit about the Hazel Ozla in here. This is the first time that I've really seen any talk about the Hazel Ozla being actually deployed, not just as a prototype.
Is the Ozla? That's how they say. Oh, So here's the thing. I know this suit. We've seen this suit. I've seen the Hazel video. For some reason, I never realized that's how you say it. The W is really throwing me off. It's just Osla. But it's like Osla. Like, it's the pronunciation there. Go full Swedish. Someone named Stig should probably do something about that. Also, according to TAS, okay, sorry, we'll say this, but Kakarot197 uses the official JP lore before anyone translates them. Some use Xeonic scantillations. A lot of the English reading. Also, Jollibee. Isn't that a food company? I need to stop thinking about that. It's making me hungry.
Type with the Titans test team, but as an actual combat unit, which was produced in some numbers. It would still be produced in only limited quantities.
It looks so cool.
And it also seems that most of them would just be in their most basic configuration.
Oh,
you know, the one that would eventually lead to the Barzam. And these units were stationed at the gate of Sedan. Still, it would be really cool to see how a squadron of these would operate, you know, with access to all of the different parts. You've got the speedy twin booster pack configuration. Yeah. You can emulate the stripped down sniper configuration from the standard Hazel. You can throw on the 32.
Yeah.
You can, of course, have the fully featured Oza that were,
which is admittedly the one of the coolest variations. Also, double shield for double fuck you. Does it? I don't know. I don't care. It looks awesome.
All familiar with. And last, but definitely not least, we've got the gigantic arm unit.
Every time I see Psycho Gundam parts put into things, they always look really weird, but also ridiculously cool.
Just imagine a squad of 3 hitting the field. But that has been all for this Barzam development history update, where we also tackled a few other...
I know it's the Psycho Gundam arms. It looks like the legs and the rockets, but the actual Gundam pieces, I'm not even sure if it's a Gundam piece. I can barely see the head design.
Updates that we got alongside of it. I definitely was not expecting a new Barzam variant so soon after my video, but it is always a good day when we get more advanced of Zeta designs. And since we got a new Gym 2 design, I wonder if we're ever going to get a focus on that machine. It might not be the most powerful machine out.
The Maria Shield version. I don't recognize that head. Did I just not see that when it came out, or I just missed it completely?
Out there, but I do still love the simple yet effective design that is.
Also, according to Strike Wyvern, in Battle Operation 2, the Hazel Osla and the giant arm unit are playable.
Completely ripe for more customizations.
Now that's
there were just so many out there. We've already seen quite a few, including a Woundward version, because of course...
Oh, sorry, I didn't recognize it with bigger proportions. It's probably the angle we're looking at it from.
But I think there's always room for a few more. As always...
And next up, we'll have the Zaku 2 development history. Before that, though, I want to check out some of the pictures you guys have sent, because I'm assuming some more have been posted, because they usually are. Let's drop into that, then. Alrighty. One second, pulling it up over here. Let's see what designs we got. Oh, there's been a lot of... Oh, God. So we left off on this one. Pretty cool. Yeah. But then we're dropping down here. We have Dux Barzams. Against... Yeah, we actually swapped... No, didn't swap pieces. Just the arms are the same. Different colorations. Not bad. Looks pretty cool. And now we have the Gunpla... The Barzam, the Aqua Barzam, the Woundwort, and the... When were the Psycho options? Yeah, actual feet on that previous one did throw me off a bit. Okay. The head always throws me off. It looks a lot cooler. The Aqua one, though, it does look legitimately cool. Oh. And also the piece right here, that is well done for such a thin bit of plastic. Oh my. And then we have, oh, this looks like a Hathaway design, but I'm not entirely sure if it is or not. It's the shoulder or the come down sections right there that looks like they're folded over. That's all I can think, but it looks really cool. And nope, Eclipse. Oh, okay. That's the Eclipse, not the Penelope. Thought it was, and this is the Penelope then? I don't know anything about Hathaway, so this is me just not knowing things. Oh, the new Gundam version so bad. Oh. Experimental Training Mobile Suit, the Elysis. Is this from Hathaway as well? Oh yeah, Universal Century. I can't read that. It looks like Hathaway. I think it is. Yeah, that's Hathaway. And then there's this. Oh, yeah, no, it's the Woundwort head in the center. Oh, okay. It looks really weird. Oh, when people said it was docking, this is probably what they meant. Ah. Yeah. That's the Eclipse Gundam from Gundam Seed Eclipse. I don't know what that is. Okay. Newer movie? That would do it. Okay. Also, the Penelope is the Gundam plus the mobile suit. Okay. Mobile armor. This is actually really cool. Oh, no, those are not the Psycho Gundam's fingers. I mean, it looks like them, but it looks like they're just attached to the end, so they might be rockets instead. From a distance, I wasn't entirely sure what I was looking at, but no, it does look very different and distinct. Okay. Huh. The fuck? I'm sorry. Also, here's the inline mobile armor 144, which is the Woundwort in Hyzalith mode plugs into. Oh, damn. That's how there's a regular mech for comparison, and then there's someone's mock-up, and there's the full one. Yeah, you see little Penelope. Yeah, I can barely see it. And there's the entire thing it drops in, and yeah, so that makes sense. You know, I think I did see the art of this. I didn't realize the Penelope or the Gundam was even in that. Oh, yeah, my foot slipped. There we go. Yeah, and it's all scratch-built duck. The detail is absurd on this thing. I mean, I've seen some crazy things people who like Gundam make, and that definitely counts. The one where it's just another base Hazel. Yep. Mostly the same variants have the same stances, both being Hyzalith. I cannot say that word from how I read it. Being the model number and the 2 designation from emulating one that came before the other. Hazel or Woundwort based. So the 1 is Hazel based, the 6 is Woundwort based. And you can see a lot of it based on the proportions of the torso. Woundwort? Yep. Hazel? Yep. The Doll Master. Mech Maids. Okay. And then there's this. The Nobium. It's just a giant block of fuck you, man. And it works. Oh. Seeing that is definitely a different one. And the Delphium is this one. Huh. Giant mech piloted by a giant mech. Nice. Ooh. Yeah. That's fun. The High New Gundam. Yeah, see that looks really cool. I've seen some of the High New stuff before. It's like, that's fine. But this art really makes it look neat. Oh. Yeah. Also, I just look at this and all I can think is either someone's really good with painting or they have a lot of transfers. So many transfers. Oh, dear God. That would be a lot of transfers. Oh, and Frederica, we see the Zaku too? Literally just doing that right now. Or will in a second. That is a thing of beauty, man. Seriously, Gundam models are absurd, and I love this. That should be long enough for the camera to cool down. So let's chop into the next one. Just going to pull up my camera. All right. Ah, good, we're in. Noise. Also, according to Duck, another real grade high new is coming. Ooh, oh, for you. I thought it was going to be a new release for it. Damn. Some of the new arts. Every time I see new mobile suits coming out, even the high grades, just, they're pretty, man.
Military intelligence is the key to war.
The more accurate one would be, this is an oxymoron.
Without it,
because you have seen the videos about Mark 14 torpedoes, and I can't get over that.
You cannot win. A quote from the famous Sun Tzu
you can lose
that's
easily,
still
though.
rung very true even in the Universal Century. Or perhaps I should say, especially the Universal Century thanks to the Minovsky particle. In addition to being used in a multitude of weapons, spreading this particle severely impacted long-range combat and communication, and even lowered visibility. Meaning that combat...
It did visibility, too. Like, I knew about the long-range combat. You can't call things in. There's a lot of just density that is gone, stops nukes, or there's a lot of things around it. But visibility... That one, I didn't know. Maybe it was brought up and I just missed it, but I didn't realize it actually made things physically obscured.
Had once again become much closer, and also meaning that intelligence, therefore, had to be obtained at much closer ranges.
Huh.
But when it came to the machines with which they would gather this intelligence, we saw two very different approaches between the Federation and Zeon.
Yep. Also, I'm being told because it blocks sensors, which I knew about. And when you're looking at it, it causes a glare. So it's not that it actually obscures something, it's that it makes it so shiny from a distance that there's just too much light. Oh. That actually makes a lot of sense.
The Federation, with all of its
dumb, but I like
industrial
it.
might, would mainly focus on dedicated recon units, with its most famous...
They call it the dish. It is. But let's be honest, it's the turtle. However, its performance was severely hindered due to the Minovsky particles. Yeah, but also turtle.
Machine being the dish. Unfortunately, due to the
They animated it pretty well, though.
particles, many of its more advanced features were severely hindered. So, for better dishes, the Federation would have been better off turning to today's sponsor, Factor.
Ah.
Zeon then was in a much tougher spot, because they also needed to gather intelligence, but with the Federation's overwhelming numbers, they also needed every machine to be able to
throw
fight.
him out of the rock?
So, when the one-year war broke out,
he did.
Zeon simply reassigned about 30 Zaku-1s as recon units and called it a day.
Oh, they literally just used the cheap ones because if you die, we don't care. Yeah.
But despite not being upgraded for the task in any way, they proved to be a great success.
Really?
Before their deployment, some had voiced their opinion that using Zaku's for recon would be a waste of resources.
Yeah, wouldn't a mobile armor work better? Smaller, maybe faster if you upgun it. You think that would be the better option?
But the intel that these Zaku-1s had brought back would prove invaluable for Zeon's early victories.
I wonder if this is a case of it's not so much that it's a better option as it is they just happen to get better data from it. Huh.
And also showed another major advantage of using mobile suits for recon. Again, due to Minovsky particles, long-range communication was nearly impossible. So, in order to deliver the intel, the recon units also had to get back, and Zaku's had excellent survivability rates.
Really? Yeah, but a Zaku 1 even? At the point where they would be found, you'd think they would just die. Also, according to Wen, those poor Zaku 1s, they were really good at being T-34 tanks. Also, this is a mech show and not an armor show. Yeah, but at the same time, they have mobile armors, and mobile armors are reserved for the second half of the show when you're wanting to show off what a Gundam with all the weapons looks like. Yeah, I can't really make them look cool prior to that. Okay, that makes sense.
So development began on Zeon's first dedicated reconnaissance mobile suit.
Oh, they actually had dedicated ones.
RMS-06 Zaku 2 reconnaissance type. At first, it was based on the C type.
Oh, you can actually see everything is stripped back, but the head is actually revealed. I've seen this art style come a few times, so I guess those were reconnaissance variants. Wait, are those cameras around it or thrusters? No, it looks like more cameras. It has a dick camera. But you know what? If there's one thing that needs cameras everywhere, POV is sure, it's an option. It's that hot mech on camera action. All the mech, all the time. All for your viewing pleasure.
But around the time that it was ready for mass production, Zeon had moved on to the F-Type. So, as a result, it would be further modified to be rolled out on the F-Type's assembly lines.
Huh.
But it is also believed that a few units with the C-Type specifications were still made.
Oh!
And another thing that had changed by that time was its model number. Zeon had decided to begin standardizing them, so it was changed from RMS-06 to the MS-06E. And unlike the Zaku ones before it, this machine would see some pretty major changes.
So weird. It's just stripped down of everything.
To be able to make a quick escape, it got an upgraded backpack based on that of the S-Type, 2 high-powered rocket thrusters on the chest, and extra verniers. And for data gathering, it received special sensors and cameras on the crotch and shoulders, and a brand new head.
Yep. The head is really cool. Oh, because they gave it a lateral as well. And looks like this top section can pull back a bit. Oh.
Had an antenna on the left side, an oversized and
unlike all the other ones that are crests that you just call antennas, it's an actual antenna too.
Much more powerful mono eye, and the cables were now directly connected to the backpack, presumably due to the power requirements of this new mono eye.
Yeah.
For handheld equipment then, on the one hand, these recon types were still required by the top brass to be able to use standard Zaku weaponry in case of emergency, but they would most often be seen with their own dedicated camera gun.
What?
Which, as the name implies,
because if you're shooting at something, maybe you could throw this in the right direction, you get the footage back whenever it killed you. It's a dumb idea, but at this point, it's not even the worst one. Guns having cameras is a thing in planes, so why not?
is basically a mobile suit-sized camcorder. Other changes then were...
Oh, no, it's actually just a camera in the shape of a gun. Oh. Okay, never mind. I thought it was a gun with a camera mounted. No, apparently the other way around.
10% increase in fuel capacity, and a specialized G-resistant normal suit for the pilot.
G-resistant?
It is also said that many pilots for these machines were...
I'm sorry, G-resistant, as in Gundam-resistant coating? Or it actually was good at negating gravity for the pilot? Or is it just like really shock absorbent? It's probably the last one.
Weren't mobile suit pilots, but X-fighter pilots instead. And this was because the focus of these recon-type Zakus wasn't combat, even though, again, they were capable of this in case of emergency.
You shouldn't.
But rather to gather information and to make it back alive. Something that Zeon believed X-fighter pilots would be better at.
Yeah, because also if they put anything else in there, any other mech jockey would be like, oh, I have a shot. I'm going to take it. And we lost the info. It's just weird because usually the aesthetic with Zeon when it comes to their pilots is, you're an amazing pilot. Go fight until you die. We'll give you all the tools to get to that point. This is the actual one. It's like, hey, we're going to put you in a useful role, even though you're not going to be in a role that we absolutely desire anymore. But you're good enough that we're going to try and keep your skills around and use them well. It just seems odd. That's all.
And
useful,
at the same time, it would also ensure that their skilled mobile suit pilots were on the front lines, actually doing the fighting.
Yeah.
And again, these machines would prove to be an immense success. Around 100 units were made, and it wasn't just Zeon who noticed how good these things were. After the war ended, The Federation would requisition quite a few of these and began to extensively use them for themselves, with some units even serving well into the Grips War.
Yeah, I mean, I guess they're not in a direct combat role, and all the technology for weapon development wouldn't really apply to them. What they basically need is the sensor suite and the camera good enough? And if they were, yeah, they don't really need an upgrade right away. Huh.
And while they looked almost identical, they did get a few notable changes. The left arm got a mounting hardpoint for a shield, the sensors and thrusters were upgraded, and the
dick cameras. They still have the dick camera.
cockpit was outfitted with a linear seat.
Oh.
In the latter half of the war then...
Oh, damn. That actually just looks cool to me, because it's very much, hey, we're just going to look at it. It also makes the head much bigger by comparison.
And a successor unit would be produced, the MS-06E3 Zaku Reconnaissance type. Although, it would quickly get the nickname Zaku Flipper thanks to its new backpack. This was completely redesigned and now featured 6 fin-like laser, ultrasound, and Minovsky particle sensors that made flipping motions while they were active.
Oh, because if you have a Minovsky particle sensor, you know exactly where the bullshit is happening. Because you only put out Minovsky particles if there's bullshit going down, unless you're on Earth, in which case they're just going to say, fuck it. Actually, maybe not even just then.
Active. And the other major change was the head.
Yeah.
Something that now made it look even more different from the standard Zaku.
Or the standard GM or the standard Gundam. Or literally, I don't think there's any head in Mobile Suit that looks like this. Like, even some of the specialty units that were underwater, you can see a similar design for the dome, but even then, it's very different. This is probably the most unique head I've seen that is still a head.
Instead of a single mono eye,
yeah, when I see that one,
triple sensor that was also on a pivot joint, so that it could quickly swing back, allowing the Zaku Flipper to almost instantaneously analyze and record the things happening behind it.
Yep.
One optional piece of equipment then that was often used by the Flipper, but could also be used by the standard recon types, was the Buzz Norse, a specialized booster unit that also came with extra fuel tanks.
And this ultra stripped down, but it's not meant for anything beyond just getting the guy to videotape it right there, doing it really fast and getting out. So they have all of the extra stuff, the armor, the weapons, all missing. It's just the tank. Kind of works.
This granted the unit extra speed, and again explains why Zeon went with ex-fighter pilots for these Zakus.
Because you're basically in a very big fighter pilot design, like a mech.
Due to a combination of high costs and it being introduced late into the war, only 16 standard recon types would be converted into Zaku Flippers. But that didn't mean they didn't have an impact on the war. Before the Battle of Abawa Q, Zaku Flippers were responsible for scouting Rebels' fleet, and it is said that their intelligence played an important role in Giran's decision to use the solar ray. And after the war, just like the standard recon types, surviving units would be requisitioned by the Federation, modernized, and put into service.
Can we just acknowledge, this guy's face looks like he's easily designed to be the biggest asshole in the room, whose only competition would be the assholes you already had to deal with who are dead. Yeah. Also, Knight, the faster in sun and movement, the more G-force. Oh, yeah. No, I know that. I'm just kind of wondering, like, how they're mitigating that, though. Like, resistant foam to try and pad it so you don't get crushed whenever you hit whatever you're behind when you're thrown into it? Or is there actually some way, like, more sci-fi than what Gundam usually gets into, where they're actually countering it as opposed to mitigating? Yeah, harnesses, gel foam, that's more of a mitigation. Countering directly, though, is... yeah.
Like the unit used by Titan's pilot Ethelbert Hincapie. And supposedly, Zeon...
I'm sorry. What was that?
Pilot Ethelbert Hincapie.
That's a name. That is very much a name. Okay.
And supposedly, Zeon also further developed the Flipper into the MS-06E+,
just one big eye,
known as the Hawkeye.
And they just gave it rockets because sure, why not? They're going full circle. It's literally, at this point, they just based a mobile armor with the frame that has arms. Ugh.
Than a simple upgrade, it's safe to say that this was almost a complete rework of the concept. To focus even harder on its speed and therefore also its survivability, its legs and torso were taken directly from the high mobility Saikomu Zaku. As for its sensors, they were also completely reworked. Instead of a handheld camera...
But they gave it a more Zaku-compliant head, though, with the single mono-eye instead of just the visible camera. Okay.
Gun, its forearms now had high-precision digital cameras built in. Although there were still some units with regular forearms, it had 3 optical sensors on each shoulder, as well as 3 chaff launchers.
Also, the head design. It's not just the mono-eye, it's a lot of eyes on every field. But why do they have off at angles, though? Because it looks cool and freaky.
On the backpack, it had 4 long-range scanning blades and 2 anti-radar blades, and finally, its eye sensor was replaced with a main Megamix panoramic eye. One unit is known to have carried out reconnaissance at Solomon, right before the Federation's attack, and another one, possibly the same unit, was active during the Grips War as part of a Zeon remnant group. Also, it's one of the few mobile suits that was a twin-seater instead of a single-seater.
Because it's information collection, so you probably want one person to do one thing while other person is correlating the information immediately for quicker response, or just directing all the cameras. Yeah, sure, why not? Would make a lot of sense, though, because just more information is what you need here. Also, according to Knight, I think the method you mentioned are most likely. The Unicorn Gundam has its own pilot suit to keep the pilot alive to the G-forces. Yeah, and Knight didn't mention. The G-force resistance suit is meant to keep the pilot alive from the higher than normal G-force due to Recon Zaku. Oh, so this had direct tie-ins to Unicorn, then. Or maybe just very similar.
And while this was, technically speaking, where the Zaku Recon types ended, its legacy and influence would be far
literally what we just got
over.
to.
Not only would their success influence future reconnaissance mobile suits, but their high-powered optical sensors would also become very useful for impromptu sniper mobile suits.
Oh yeah, that would make sense.
The most simple conversion of this nature was the MS-06L Zaku 2 sniper
And that's why it
type,
has the exposed
used
eye.
by Helena Hagel of the Noisy Fairy Squadron.
That's a phrase.
But despite the different name and model number, not too much had actually been modified about this machine, because it was simply one of the early Recon types that was still based on the C-types, with
so it's basically the head changed out so it just has a better view of where it's shooting. Makes sense.
Some extra dust proofing for the joints for operations on Earth, the shoulder and crotch sensors removed, a shield on the left shoulder, and its main weapon now was a new custom-made conventional sniper rifle. And the unit would see action on the North American front.
What game was that?
Another simple conversion was the unit of Lindsay Shimizu, who used whatever she could get her hands on to turn her Zaku into an ad hoc sniper machine.
How are people able to even move some of these parts? Like, this is the one thing that's always crazy. Like, I hear some of the people in the factories doing bullshit things, but it's all the people in the field who are just able to jury-rig everything together. Is this just one of those, okay, sure, why not? Army is just going to get bored and have time to figure... You know, I'd watched enough videos from Zach and Mike that I probably should just say, if you're doing the dumb, it's because someone gave a grunt time and they figured out how to do the dumber. Sure, why not?
The sniper rifle was modified from a Magella top cannon, the chest had a stabilizer, and the head was replaced with that of a Recon type, giving it an accurate firing range of up to 15 kilometers. A more heavily customized version then was the
Battle Operation 2 Code Fairy
Zaku 1 sniper type. As the war began turning against Zeon after Operation Odessa, Zeon needed to make the most use of whatever they still had, and this included their Zaku 1s, which were already considered obsolete by the beginning of the war. Which is also why, as you can remember, they were being deployed as recon units. So
it probably wouldn't even be that big a change at that point, because if they're already showing that a Zaku 1 is fine with a giant camera, put the camera in, probably give it a sniper as well, because if you can't fight up front, you can shoot from a distance. Also, TS, Trust me, hearing you say they just do it, imagine when you encounter the ground Gundam. Probably murder.
Actual fighting chance, it was decided to turn them into sniper units,
Got it.
something that Zeon was also in desperate need of. Its main weapon was a beam sniper rifle, based on a prototype Gelgoog beam rifle from the California base. It had a new backpack with its own subgenerator to power this beam rifle, and for accuracy, the mono-eye and antenna of the recon type were installed in its head.
Yeah, I guess it works.
Further modifications include slightly revamped armor, a crutch for easier kneeling.
Oh, for anything you do on ground, yeah. Okay. I wonder if they have like relays ever set up for multiple units so that they can just pass the radio through. For example, having, instead of long range communications, it would be a bunch of short range communications immediately sending it forward so you can give coordinates for a shot and then shoot over the horizon, for example. It'd be really dumb, but if you're pre-prepared, you could do a lot of dumb things with it.
And a pair of head-mounted Vulcan guns for close-range defense purposes. And unlike the two customs that we just went over, the Zaku ones...
Oh, that's from the art, yeah, because we saw all the things around here. Yeah, I think this would be the lady who then upgrunned her own mech. I think it was right around, what was it? Not there. I can't quite see where it was in the settings. That's on me. Either way, though, I kind of like the idea of the ultra cheap mech being the one to just move everything forward on the sniper side, because it seems like the most effective way. And in fact, I'm kind of surprised that there wasn't at least one side story where it was like, okay, so we had the cheapest mechs we could get anywhere, and our entire faction is ultra budget. We just really went heavy on ultra long range weapons. So it doesn't matter how bad the mech is because no one will ever get close enough to find out. It seems like that would be an awesome little side group. I'm not sure if it'd be like a main faction or antagonist or main team even, but like that, oh yeah, they're over there. We can't get close enough to find out what their deal is.
Sniper type was a generally applied modification, and they would also play a major role in slowing down the Federation's advance on Earth.
Yeah.
And finally then, we have Jacobius Node's custom Gelgoog cannon.
That's a name.
He would first use this unit during the One-Year War, and then upgraded it later on to use the same triple camera module as the Zaku
Oh yeah,
Flipper.
he does have it.
And befitting of a sniper unit, it could be seen using a variety of weapons, including a custom beam rifle that also had that triple camera module mounted.
So it's a triple camera on a triple camera. That just, but what? Sure, whatever. Also, according to Sparta, Mars Zeon did turn Mount Olympus into a mass driver to fire at the Earth once during the Psy Oldmobile War. That seems like a really dumb thing. Like, sure, in anime terms, like, oh yeah, they definitely like the firing solution, but unironically, that would be a very limited shot window where you would only get to do it where the... Wait. Isn't that not even... Sorry, I'm about to do the dumb and just double check something. Because I don't think you could ever actually do that, depending on how it's aimed. Mars topography. I can't spell, that's fine. With Olympus. As you can see, I do not do the spell. Yeah, there's the northern, the southern, Elysian Mons, there's Mons, Olympus Mons. Yeah, that would be in the roughly... Okay, I guess that would work. For some reason, I thought it was further north. Okay. But it would be a very small window because you could only ever... Oh, that fell. Shoot when the planet was facing another planet, and since they're both spinning, it'd be a very small time frame, and a lot of just don't question it probably goes into that choice, but sure, why not? It sounds fun. Just think about it. Not only is it always not possible to see Mars, but travel time for a physical product would be very crazy. Unless we're talking like a mass driver, as in some of the power of what the accidentally nuclear launched caps were. Yeah, the fact that that's not a joke and that's something that happened IRL is already insane in its own right. Yeah, I think it's out by Pluto, people told me. But very short window of fighting. Or maybe that's why they timed the war when they did, because it's when they can actually get a shot off from the planet.
On it, and the long-range beam rifle that was famously used by the Jim Sniper. And as of UC 0090...
Why does the guy in the cockpit have a camera? Is he zooming in on the picture in front of him? Or is he getting out of the mech to use his own personal mounted camera? It's rule of cool. I see.
Both Jacobius and his Gelgook were still alive and kicking. And the last machine we have to go over is the MS-06S Reconnaissance Zaku 2. Zeon began the war with regular mobile suits acting as scouts, and they would also end the war with regular mobile suits
regular
acting
suits
as scouts. Too. Probably because at this point,
nothing else?
They were running low on everything.
Yeah.
This Zaku was little more than a standard S-type with a black color scheme and slightly overhauled thrusters.
I mean, admittedly, a black color scheme in space is very good invisibility.
And would be used to monitor the movements of the Federation's fleets. For example, 2 of these units would be responsible for finding out...
Also, I'm being told, one from Sparta, a lot of the 1-year war Zeon remnants being dumb. And according to TS, there is a mass driver, a colony laser, or a solar ray. They make sure to time it. So it's literally timed on when they can actually get a firing solution from the planet being in the right position. Oh, jeez. Also, Davis, it's connected to the camera in the gun. But why is it facing outwards from his helmet, though? Probably just as a visual distinction to make it look cool.
That Rebels' fleet was heading for Abawaku and not for Granada.
Ah.
Also, while most sources agree that this was an S-type variant, there is at least one source that has it listed as an F-type.
Written source,
to be honest, considering the situation that Zeon was in, I wouldn't be surprised that both S and F types were quickly overhauled to fill in this role.
Hey, I wouldn't be surprised if they said, we also had a trainer over here. They're just using parts from all of them. We painted it black. Don't die. Hey, needs
and if
must.
you want to find out more about the S-types and the F-type commander units, you can check out my development history on them, which I'll have linked on screen and down below. For now, though, this has been all for the reconnaissance type Zaku.
Also, one thing. So, brother, you mentioned the Expanse has events where both Earth and Mars fired mass driver weapons at each other, and they account for travel time and orbital variables. Yeah, the Expanse does treat... They sometimes treat science way more accurate in how that would work. I need to watch the show. I've heard it's good. Yeah, just good. And that's fine for me. I've read some of the books, not all of them. I need to fix that. So far, I've enjoyed the series, though.
A machine that was originally considered unnecessary, but would quickly become a trendsetter that would have a big impact on the war, both as a recon
and just being
unit
useful
and
in general.
as a conversion part for sniper mobile suits. A big thanks to...
And what do we have next? Now we have the high mobility Barzam. All right. Actually, shit, we might be closing in on what we thought we'd hit today. We got the Demi Trainer and the Providence after this. The Providence, though, is going to be a big one. Going to leave a like right now. Next up, this is the Barzam High Mobility variant, the Vervain Ra 2 development history. Or Barzam. Nice. I wonder what's different about it.
Another day.
Oh, and also, Max, thank you for the 10 gifted jewels. And the thumbs up. Nice. I'm going to pull this up so people can see what I'm talking about. Yeah, I can't even see it. It's like the little thumb up. Sorry, some of the little animations are funny, man.
Another Barzam update.
Yep.
Some might say that
Wabbit.
2023 is the year of the rabbit, but I'm calling it the year of the Barzam. Because not only did my development history on the thing become obsolete in a matter of weeks, but so did my previous update.
It's the update to the update.
These Bardam variants are really breeding like rabbits.
It's a literal bunny with a bazooka. No, is that a bazooka? No, just like big gun and head. Oh, okay. That's adorable. It still has the one IBZ on style.
So let's have a look at the latest Bardam information that we got. And this time around, it's all about the backpack and the many things that can be attached to it.
Damn.
On the top, we have this small, innocuous-looking attachment
Where's that character
point,
from?
But this is where all the magic happens.
What?
First up, we get a staple for Federation mobile suits.
Gundam?
A clamp that can be attached to it to store handheld weaponry.
Oh!
With the examples given being the Mark II shield and the new version of the Hyper Bazooka. Next up,
Useful.
we get a small T-shaped connector for 2 extra vernier arms. And the 2 examples given should again immediately ring a bell. We have the Gundam Mark II inspired thrusters with beam sabers, and we have the weaponless versions that would later on be used for the backpack of the Jagan.
Oh.
And you might also remember these from the Black Hair's pre-production version.
Yeah.
In my first video on the Barzam, I speculated that this was a completely different backpack, but it turns out that it was just the standard version, but with extra thrusters mounted onto it.
Oh, so it's incredibly modular then. Damn. God, can you imagine the kit for this? There's probably so many things in there that by the time you're done, you have at least 30 backpacks of 30 different variations, but only like one centerpiece to connect them to. Ugh. They'd have so many options. If they give you the options rather than just, here's the backpack and move forward. Maybe a custom kit someone's selling. Also, the strike weapon. Speaking of the decal, all the Titans test team MS have their own unique decal bunnies. So every bunny is specified. Oh my god.
But then for the real heavy stuff, we get a
Wabbit
larger
season.
T-shaped connector called the Bellows frame.
Oh.
Starting with the optional fuel tanks, there's a version that comes with extra thrusters, a large version that looks like the one used by the Nero, but just with a different mounting mechanism,
Big
and
nut
the
bomb.
standard Federation type that at first I couldn't really place. In fact, it's so standard for the Federation apparently that the first thing that came to my mind was the backpack of the Gyaradoga Heavy type, well, the Heavy Weapon type, and the Gyarazulo Angelo Sauper Custom.
Yeah, I did not remember those specs if I saw them before, so they apparently were really popular, just have giant drums of energy, but okay.
But after
At least that's what I
quite
think they
a
are.
bit of brainstorming and searching around, I remembered the Seiko Einsatz's lower legs and found this image to show you. But staying with that image, it does have what I would consider the standard Federation fuel tank, the longer ones, because we also see them on the Zeta Plus C1 and the Nero series.
How come they do longer fuel tanks anyway? Like just to keep them streamlined and out of the way is what I'm assuming, but probably a smaller target. Although they have so many of them clumped up, you think that would just be more mass to shot at.
Moving on to the weapons then,
that's why.
Where we again get some more immediately recognizable stuff, like the giant beam sabers from the Gundam Mark V that can also double as beam cannons that have an output of 12 megawatts, which is significantly more powerful than even the Zeta Gundam's Hyper Mega Launcher. And apparently, these were just standard equipment meant to work with mass production mobile suits.
I'm sorry, they just... Was that like a numbers overview? People didn't understand... That might be just people didn't understand numbers. They probably just didn't know what numbers they were throwing in there. God damn.
I'll take a pair for my gym too, please.
Yeah.
And also from the Gundam Mark V, or the Segu series, are the double missile pods. They hold 3 large missiles each and are powerful enough to destroy a mobile suit with one hit. Although typically they are reserved for anti-ship warfare instead.
Still though.
We also get double missile launchers, but unlike the other weapons, I can't really place these. And because every other weapon is taken from somewhere else, I feel like this one should be too.
Maybe it's a design they just built in because they thought it looked cool and just never got around to making it attached to anything, at least in lore. Also, according to Valley, Zaku's are feasible using current technology. Really? Like, when you say current technology, you mean the post-G Savior or IRL? Because IRL would be really fun. Also, Blaze, more small tanks means you can purge them separately. So you get to go faster on the remaining tanks because you have less weight to do anything with, so more acceleration. Okay.
It vaguely reminds me of the missile pods used by the Hyzak, but more stretched out, or those arm-mounted ones used by the gun tank R-44.
Actually, I recognize these. These are also beam sabers. I know this because they legitimately are the exact, like a rectangular model you get on some of the models. It's just, the one I have it for was, I think, the Freedom. Oh, I wonder if that's the thing. They have different caliber of beam sabers. Oh, okay. So there's the two big ones, and these are the two smaller ones, most likely. But yeah, this squared out thing, including this cutout, the design, this is legitimately exactly how the beam saber looks on this when you get the physical model. Huh, weird. Just, it was not a UC design, though. Or at least I didn't think it was a UC design. And I'm being told those are missile pods? Maybe. Either that or I misidentified what it is on the Freedom, but it's exactly how it looks in that one.
But again, more stretched out. Another suggestion then came from Annie Plamo on Twitter when I posted about this. The missile launchers of the Zaku cannon.
Although I could be mistaken on how big these are as well.
It's not an exact fit, but it is the closest one we have so far. And when I asked about it on YouTube, most people were trying to gaslight me by saying that they're the Gym 3's missile pods.
No.
Function-wise, there could be a connection, but in terms of looks, they are pretty far apart. So, if you've ever seen these things before...
But on a serious note, thank you for all your input. Honestly, they should have gaslighted him to say this was a variation of a new head type. The ultra slim profile for less headshots.
Let me and everyone else know. What I can tell you more about then are the Gatling Smashers that were first seen on the G-Line series of mobile suits. These four-barreled autocannons have a high rate of fire and are...
Oh yeah, this is probably one of the much later ones then, because going back to physical ammo rather than everything is beams. Okay.
Are mostly meant for close-range combat. And it seems that even though these are most closely associated with the prototype G-Line units that didn't enter mass production, even though they were supposed to, the weapon itself does seem to have entered mass production to some capacity. So I wonder if the same also goes for the missile launchers that the G-Lines could also be outfitted with instead of the Gatling Smashers. They look pretty cool, actually. And finally, we have another weapon that I was very surprised to see associated with standard Federation weapons.
What?
The beam cannons that you may or may not recognize from the slightly obscure Jagan heavy weapons type.
Considering the only Jagan I ever heard about was the one we just saw, and I thought it looked dumb, and I look at this, it looks dumb, but at the same time, it looks like they're just holding a gun without their hands. But they see where there's a hand mount for it. There's a handlebar. Was it supposed to turn around and grab it from the side? No, it's also spinning too. The Jagan is just... It's like this... It doesn't look like a Gundam mech. People have said it was like a bunch of other options, or Robotech even, but no, this wasn't the Robotech. There was a few others. It just...
But instead of being mounted on the shoulders, they're now mounted onto the backpack.
That would work better.
Unfortunately, that is all that we know about these things so far. I really want to know if they were specifically designed for the Barzam's backpack as an option part, or if they were independently designed as a general purpose beam cannon that could work with all Hazels or like Titan's machines, and was then later on adopted by the Jagan heavy weapons type.
Also, Alan, this mobile suit really makes modular MS embarrassed. Yeah, it's like we have modularity at home.
But whatever the case might be, it is still interesting to see yet another connection between the Barzam and the Jagan. And what's also interesting to see is that, again, this seems to suggest that many, if not all of these parts, were at least intended to be readily available. So you had some serious options as a Barzam pilot. At least in theory.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't be surprised if, in the future, we get another Advance of Zeta update.
I'm just going to double check right now to see how many more Barzams there are, because at this point, I will utterly laugh my ass off if there's a ton of them right after this. How many Barzams? I don't think there's another one, so he might not have outdated this one already just yet. That would have been funny as hell.
Telling us how all of these parts could also work with the gyms, the Hyzax, and what have you. Also, this update kinda confirms the model kit feature of the high-grade Barzam. In addition to being able to equip smaller stuff on the backpack, for larger things, it was possible to remove the backpack entirely and...
Did this carry over to the model line just to make them more modular with their other options? Oh, that would go a long way to making the kit so much cooler. Also, TS, some hate to admit that the line got updated to indicate Titans does get used in UC is massive. It stretches as far as UC 100s and later. So even though they were not part of anything, they definitely were still around. Also, Blaze mentioned AOZ goes nuts on customization options. Yeah.
Mount them directly onto the drum frame, with the example given here being the Fruity 2. And
what is the context for Advance of Zeta, though?
It probably wasn't too difficult to replace it with a Mark II's backpack either. And talking about the Barzam's backpack, for the people confused on how the Primrose 2 goes into the Barzam's torso, in this image, you can see the nose sticking out from the back. But of course, it wouldn't be Advance of Zeta if we were only replacing things on the backpack.
What?
The Barzam High Mobility type was achieved by combining the Barzam with the Nidrohine, the bottom fighter of the Hazenthly 2 family. Thanks to the fact that the Barzam's frame was developed from the Wound Ward, this just worked, and it was apparently a really simple conversion.
Huh.
This configuration was...
That's something you don't usually hear in any show because they want things to sound difficult so it sounds more believable. It's like, oh, we did something and it worked the first time. Doesn't make for an engaging storyline if they're going to mention it. Usually when that happens, it just happens and no one brings it up to draw attention to it. The idea that it just worked, it's kind of unique in its own right. At least if you highlight it.
Nicknamed the Vervain by the development team, and was also outfitted with some other optional parts. It had the extra armor on the chest that was also seen on the pre-production type, a commander antenna based on that of the Marasai, the shield from the Kakarot2,
yeah, they're just taking everything here, and you can see directly which parts they are.
And the Sayat rifle based on the Gapfleece Phaedine rifle.
Oh. Also, I'm going to pull up your comment quickly. So, according to Blaze, AOZ goes nuts to customization? Yeah. AOZ is the Titans R&D got up to circa the Grips War. AOZ Black Rabbit had a dream features what happened on Mars after some Titan remnants got there. Oh, the guy in videos of this? Probably just to see what's going on here, but probably not today. And the Jagans in F91 series used the Mark II beam rifle that was a prototype under development from the Titans. That's how far they tested it. Yep, so much. Damn.
And just
Titans were around for a while.
Else on the Barzam,
at least the outcomes of their stuff.
The main goal of this beam rifle was to be modular. It could be outfitted with long barrels, rapid fire barrels, short barrels, grenade launchers, beam sabers, high-powered sniper sensors, beam saber modules, different types of E-packs, and on top of all of that, it was also compatible with the beam rifle used by the Gundam TRS. Truly, this was the jack of all trades of beam rifles.
It just randomly grabs it. Okay, sure.
And and by just exchanging a few things, it could be fine-tuned for sniping, close quarters, or even underwater combat. And in the picture, you can see what is dubbed as the Sayad Rifle Enhanced Firepower version.
Wait. The legs are guns! Oh my god. The legs are optional, so let's make them functional. Sure, why not? I'm actually surprised it was a Barzam that got that option, because that seems like something a much more strictly mainline used by the main character unit would get in some kind of massive upgrade. Or at least a side character who doesn't die right away and keeps up till the end of the show. That's such a cool thing. Oh my god. Maybe it's thrusters, maybe not. I don't care. That's awesome.
It uses a long barrel, twin E-Pack, extra sensor, hyper napalm, a sickle saber, and a few more unnamed options.
Hyper napalm. When regular war crimes don't suit you, try the hyper napalm option. That works better. Also, it worked the first time because the TR series' descendants were designed to be modular from day one, and it worked, even if it didn't right away.
Also, we got a little bit more information on that bulky chest unit.
Oh?
It comes with a diffused beam cannon, sometimes also referred to as a scattering beam cannon.
Oh.
But despite being
Flash 'em,
outfitted
boys.
with all of this firepower, the Vervain's biggest improvement was actually in the close combat department.
Wait, those were not
Courtesy
guns?
of the Nidroheim 2, or
Oh, so those were not cannons down there. They're actually just grips. Or claw aspects. Huh. The more I see this mech, the less it seems like a mobile suit, more like it's just a mobile armor with a head.
as it's sometimes also written, the Needlehazen 2. The Hazensley 2 was developed as the standardized version of the Gaffley and incorporated many of its features, one of them being the ability to
Feet
only
claws.
transform its lower half, the Nidroheim 2, into a claw mode. This increased the close combat capabilities of the Hazensley 2 in space, and by extension, those of the Barzam Vervain.
I'm a little disappointed they're not actually just giant fuck-off guns. That would be really cool. But I guess as a claw extension, that's useful if you need to hold on to something. But at that point, you just would dock with a ship. But yeah, sure, I guess in combat. Hold still while I shoot you is a thing? You think if you're close enough that your guns aren't going to do the job, using your feet as grappling weapons wouldn't be the best choice? Or maybe it's just a crush and tear.
And
For,
then
like,
to make the
anti-beam weapon.
Barzam even more powerful, it could be outfitted with the Humbrabi 2 to turn it into the Barzam High Mobility Type Vervain Raw 2.
Oh, and you can see in this variation, the legs are explicitly open for the claw attack, but just folded out to make legs that are thinner? I guess more stability.
As mentioned before, the Barzam could be outfitted with larger backpacks by removing the standard backpack and then attaching the new backpack directly to the drum frame. And to mount the Humbrabi 2, it is connected to the Fruitadu 2, which is connected to the drum frame. And finally, the Vervain Raw 2 can also be outfitted with the same chin guard as the Hazensley or the Hazensley.
I'm utterly convinced at this point that there's someone who just does aftermarket Gundam and mech and non-mech and just random bullshit heads and all of the variations, because there's so many that it's like choose the head you like and the style and you can just add it to any of your custom builds. Is that like the entire market is just we got all the aftermarket pieces you need at home? Because it seems like that's what they're going to do here, because so many of them are so weird and they're all distinct, but there's so many options that someone had to have done this.
2. But that has been all for this update video that I definitely didn't have to re-record because while editing it, another batch of Barzam information dropped.
Yeah.
On the flip side though, it did flesh out the Sayad rifle because in the original version of this video, I literally couldn't say anything about it because we only had an image.
Super
We
napalm.
didn't even have a name yet. So yeah, chances are that this video will also be outdated relatively soon, but I see
And actually in chat, people already mentioned there is another update to it. Oh my god.
that as a
Is the Barzam just like a secret favorite of everyone working at Bandai? Because it seems like it just keeps getting new stuff more recently. Actually, how old is this video? 3 years ago? Yeah, that still counts as recent for a series this long.
positive thing. Personally, I'm hoping that we're going to get a deep dive on the various option parts for the Sayat rifle and how the different Titans mobile suits play into them, or just like different Federation mobile suits as we saw with the Barzam's backpack options. And that has been all for the Barzam's development history. For now. As always, a big thank
And now we have the Demi Trainer development history. Ooh, and Valley, you sent a picture of the gun tank in Discord. I'll pull that up quickly because I do want to see that. 1 second. Just like I pull it up. There we go. Oh, actually, there's a few bits of art here. I like Kelpies did this one. Funny Arm is indeed very funny. I have no idea where this is from, but that's just cool, man. Ooh, is that actually painted? Might be, I can't tell. Looks awesome. And never mind, it was this guy. The evolution of Gundam Airier. Yeah. Still good, just there's a lot there, man. Just going to check out this one quickly. Oh. And there's the real life gun tank. This I have heard about. I think they did have it. I'm not sure if it's this one or a later one. They put this on the wheels. Yeah, I think it can walk, but that's not the design for it. Real life mechs, man. It was going to, I think it was supposed to do a real mech battle against American design one, and then COVID happened, so no one ever did it for obvious reasons, unfortunately. Yeah. Real life can be often disappointing, but the fact that it exists at all makes me happy. So next up, we are going to be checking out the Demi Trainer. Let's drop into this one.
The Astacasia School of Technology was a school created by the Benerit Group for the space.
Oh shit, we actually are doing Witch from Mercury. I wasn't expecting to drop into that one, because he's been mostly sticking with a mix of Seed and UC. Why the Demi Trainer for the first development history? Probably because it's the first one of it. Okay. Huh.
Development industry, and consisted of 3 main departments: management strategy, mechanical, and piloting. So for every...
And out of everyone, somehow piloting was the most chill. Mechanical was the most chill, followed by piloting, then management strategy. Because you can't say insane without the word management in it.
Student, mobile suits would somehow be part of their curriculum. And the most popular suit on campus was the appropriately named Demi Trainer,
Oh, well, since I
made
watched
by
this, I
the
need to redo
Brilliant
it.
Company. They were famous for delivering
I just realized where the dome head looks similar. We just saw the video about the Zaku's that were outfitted for reconnaissance. It looks like that variation. They just reused the head. Okay.
excellent cost of
I guess they had it around.
performance, and this was pushed even further with the trainer. It was kept as basic as possible, giving it superb serviceability and also superb maneuverability thanks to its light weight. And in turn, this basic design also made handling it very simple, turning it into the best choice for any beginning mobile suit pilot. And on top of all of that, the Demi Trainer was also easy to modify, even by someone with only basic technical know-how, meaning that there were a lot of custom units out there.
Oh yeah, they just painted everything in there. Oh my god.
2 of which we'll tackle in a second. First,
I'm sorry, is that an official or did someone just go all out? I have to ask because I've seen the things people have done, man. No, those look like decals. Is this just like something where there's a fan base for this specific mech where they just decide to go crazy on what they add to this thing? Oh, God.
First, let's go over the standard equipment that this thing comes with. At its most basic, it comes with a medium shield that is kept as basic as possible.
I'll be honest, it's kind of a good standard design. It's like nothing fancy. Oh, I see why a lot of people might like this, though, because if you want a plate to do a lot of work on, yeah, and I'm being told by Cyber Dragoon, yes, and Wan mentioned decals. That's the official kit and a canon design for Shisobi. Damn. The gun? I don't like the gun. Like, you could see a lot of the issues with it, or they didn't hide that at all. But the mech itself is really clean and has a lot of big, flat areas with some rounded ones. I wonder if people explicitly buy this mech because they want to paint it. Oh, hell, I can even understand it. It gives a lot of space where you can even do some freehand art on that thing if you had the skill for it. I don't.
It has a magazine-fed beam gun that
Still
has
hate the
been
gun.
set to low energy output.
Hate
as
that
per
gun.
Regulations, and a
that's better.
saber stick, with the emphasis being on stick because that is literally all that it is.
Yep.
But as with everything else on the Demi Trainer, thanks to its
I don't like the stick either. Like, why are the weapons on this looking so cheap? So many mechs have way better designs. Like, hell, the mech itself looks really clean. They hide the mold lines. This thing, it's a stick. Who cares? But the gun should have done better. Oh.
simplicity, it's easy to use and serves as a great learning tool
Is
for
a
the
stick.
real deal. And when not in use, it can be stored on the backpack or the side skirts. And when it takes part in duels, the head is outfitted with a staff antenna. Because
Yep.
at Astacasia, everything is taken care of with mobile suit duels, where the goal is to snap the opponent's antenna. On
I actually really enjoyed the show because it was so ridiculous. I absolutely loved it. But also, it was a nice look at it. Hey, what would happen if corporations just ran everything in Gundam? Why not? And it's based off the idea of the guy running the corporation is obsessed with the military, but doesn't want kids in the military. He just wants everyone in his corporation, which is thus the military. It's so weird in so many ways. I loved it. It's like ridiculous in all the ways that I found utterly adorable.
any mobile suits, this is a stylish or even very ornate thing, but for the Demi Trainer, it is a simple rod.
Yep.
Simple to produce, simple to install, and simple to replace. But to provide the Demi Trainer with more modularity and options, it used a multi-tool system called the Daedalus. The goal of this system was to have modular weapons with standardized blocks that could be easily
Yoink.
put together and mounted onto the mobile suit. Part of this unit was a universal grip that came with attachments to turn it into a Gatling gun missile.
See, this looks better. You still see the line, but it looks way more intentional because of how everything is just got extra lines in there intentionally on top of that. Why do some weapons just look so much better and others so much cheaper? But they look like they all came from the same kit as well. Unless this is an upgrade kit. Ooh, or I'll pull up your comment. One, thank you very much too. Sam Arano is a channel about history made called Battle of Cable Street. Nice. I'll probably avoid that because politics, but I might check that out on my own time.
Launcher drill or circular saw, the ability to switch out the hands with missile launchers, and a crotch-mounted support arm for larger weapons. And these are just the options that we know about so far. One side note that I have to make here though is that even though this is described as a quad-barreled missile launcher in
Missile launcher? These weren't that big in the show though. Sure, why not?
secondary literature, in the anime, we actually see it used as a B machine gun during target practice.
Oh. Admittedly, I just thought that was funny flash color, but sure.
And finally, Demi Trainers have also been known to use a combat knife. Like the saber stick, this physical blade can be stored on the backpack or the side skirts, but it was also stored on the arms, and in addition to combat
I don't mind how a lot of things are connected, but usually they're covered up by whatever they're connecting it on. On this model, It looks bad. It looks really bad.
And training, this was
But again, this is probably not the model that they thought would get the most popular. It's the, we have it, why not do it? It surprisingly holds up.
also a very handy tool for miscellaneous tasks like cutting materials. And another really cool feature of the Demi-Trainer that you don't really see with a lot of other mobile suits is that when in standby mode, the front skirts can fold up to become a platform to make it easier to board the machine.
Oh, it should.
Definitely a handy feature.
How come more mobile suits don't have that? That actually makes a lot of sense. Also, Darren, it's a noise fiend. I don't know why I dropped into Cockney when I should have done an Australian accent for that. That's on me. That's on me.
Feature to have for a student mobile suit. So it shouldn't come as a surprise that, thanks to its serviceability, versatility, and pilotability, the Demi-Trainer was by far the most widely used and liked mobile suit on campus. However, this did not mean that the Demi-Trainers were cheap, and not everyone could afford the latest generation one.
How expensive
Based
were
on
they?
the model numbers, we can assume that the Demi-Trainers have been around for at least 16 years. And
okay, I'd like to point out, when we were doing the UC stuff, it's like, okay, we have a brand new model. It's been out for less than a year. We already have to replace it because it's too outdated. Now it's like, okay, these are 16 years old. They're not the newest ones, but it's what you got. They're pretty expensive still. Seriously, the design changes between series is huge, which we knew, considering G Gundam, 00, UC, and this are all things. But it does really hammer home. UC's timelines are ridiculous, even among Gundam series themselves.
And while their outward appearance remained unchanged, their internals were gradually upgraded, creating a pretty big power gap between the older trainers and the latest trainers.
Even if they look identical.
Some would just have to bear and grin, but others would try to customize their older machines to bring them up to spec with the newer ones.
And if you're saying, the main characters group are the ones that have to just bear and grin, you'd be right, because this is everything about a ridiculous school setting in a hyper-corporate universe. And it's kind of ridiculous for it, but also it was somehow accurate in many ways that the Gundam aspects were the ones where like, oh, fantasy, thank God. Yeah, G-Witch, I enjoyed it. It's ridiculous. But some of the things they point out are so on the nose that they're kind of depressing. Corporate culture, man. They were having fun with that one. It felt like someone's making a point accurately.
Which is exactly what the Earth House did with Project Choo Choo. This project was overseen by their ace mechanic, Nikan and Naura, and was conceived with the goal of providing their best and only pilot with a mobile suit that actually had a shot at winning. And with all their options considered, this custom Demi-Trainer was turned into the ultimate hit-and-run machine. Its main weapon now was a custom-made large beam rifle that seems like it was a minor variant of the version used by the standard Demi-Trainer. It was now hardwired to the backpack through an energy cable for more powerful beams, and by adjusting its convergence rate, the rifle was now perfect for both short and long ranges. The head then was outfitted with beam Vulcan guns, and its standard composite sensors were replaced with independent ones that were more suited for sniping.
It does look cool, honestly. Like, it's super basic, but it does actually look pretty cool, where the entire sensor on top of the sensor is something Gundam's been doing since the beginning. I like how blocky this one looks out on top of it. I don't know why the extra heft to the sensor makes me like it more.
The left shoulder got a shield, the right shoulder was replaced with a lightweight hook, and finally the legs were modified for pure speed.
Also, I'm just going to pull up this comment here. Blaze mentioned, Japanese worker having something to say about corporate work culture. Shocking, I know. Also, William, you recommend watching the Sacred Cow Shipyards as a fellow spaceship nerd? I'm not sure if I would do it now just because there's so many things on the list. But I might check that on my own time. That sounds fun. Ugh. Also, TS. Wait, what? Okay, 1, Doug posted the G-Witch kits. Nice. 2, to the point that Bandai Namco didn't see G-Witch as profitable series, they didn't expect it to be the series to gain massive interest in the Gundam series. That's a fact. So this is one that they... And, Frederick, you don't really like G-Witch? That's fine. Personal taste, man. I kind of like the story they were telling. It didn't feel like a Gundam story, but I just like that they told it and they had mechs on top of that. It's very much not a standard Gundam story in the slightest, though. But it's also why I liked, G Gundam, because it's not a standard Gundam series. It was fun. I'm very, very okay with that, but it's not a standard Gundam in the slightest. But yeah. Kind of surprised how much this might got a better option. That it's basically the good guy version of the Zaku. Yeah, because they took off most of the helmet and toned down a lot of it. That would do it. It's still the standard eye, but they gave it the GM lens with the eye as the attachment. Okay. But yeah, it's basically the Zaku. That's basically the Zaku 1, actually, when you look at it. But with the more blockiness of the Federation stylization.
The knee parts got flexible boosters that could rotate around, and in its heels, an additional set of wheel dash units were installed, doubling its driving force. But despite the obvious performance increase of these legs, there was a good reason as to why they weren't installed on the standard Demi-Trainer.
Weak.
Their brutal acceleration made them difficult to use, even for students who had undergone G-resistant training.
Yeah. But also, weren't they, literally less durable than the others? I thought I remember that.
Fortunately, this was no problem for its intended pilot, Chuaturi Panlunch, better known as Choo Choo, the namesake of the project.
The hairman.
There was only one problem, though. Choo Choo's Demi-Trainer was the perfect long-range hit-and-run machine. But Choo Choo herself preferred close-range combat, both in and outside of the cockpit.
Yeah. Just gonna say right now, keep in mind all the Japanese stereotypes of, oh, the mean girl's making fun of me. I can't do anything because violence is wrong. This is something I enjoy seeing right here, just slapping a bitch. If someone's being an asshole, make sure you make your opinion known. Also, according to TS, G-Witch was released in the typical random slot. They didn't care that it released and was the reason they got so many started in the Gundam in modern age. It even dwarfed their high IP by millions. Okay, I'm going to pull this up so people can see exactly what I'm reading. The income from this was millions more made. Damn. I guess just changing up the formula does work to bring in new people. Because it's a new aspect. And unlike a lot of, well, we need to bring in new people, let's change the formula. This is not done in a cheap grab type way. Maybe because they just did it because, fuck it, we'll do something new, but we don't really care. I've seen so many, we need to do something new and redesign everything and do it the biggest way possible. Usually when I hear that, it seems terrible, but I just think the show worked on its own merit. Doesn't feel like a Gundam show. It does not feel like a war opera drama. Because even when it got close to that, it aborted going into the melodrama opera of war. But it got really close.
First strike.
Yeah. Should have hit her harder. Also, I love that this scene, spoilers coming, convinces people that Suella is peaceful and kind and not violent. That is one hell of a lie. She is one of the most mentally fucked up and deranged characters Gundam has. She was fine with some horrible shit. But because she just took it here, it's like, oh, well, I break up the fight because that's a good thing to do. Yeah. Also, according to TS, profit of nearly 1 billion. Damn. Okay. That's a lot. Okay. Yeah.
Double kill.
Unfortunately, though, the machine was badly damaged during a duel against the Grassley House, and many of these new parts were destroyed, forcing the cash-stripped Earth House to put the old, standard Demi-Trainer parts back on. The legs were a total loss, and so was the right arm. Another...
Oh, damn. Steven, I'll pull that up. Thank you for the guitar. Also, I saw it dancing in the chat for a bit. Oh, it actually shows on the screen, too. Nice. Thank you for that, man. And Duck, most of the G-Witch are shelf warmers for the past year. Sucks, but it happens. Yeah, again, this is not one of the shows where the mechs were my favorite thing about it. I just thought it was a fun show in its own merit for most of it. Yeah. That's future. You hate it because there was a lot of people who were fans of the show, but not Gundam fans. Understandable. But yeah, I think it's a good way to get people to look at it. I wouldn't be surprised if more became Gundam fans for other series when they just try and find more. Or if they ever make a sequel to this, because apparently they're doing that with things other than UC. And Blaze mentioned just force them to watch Turn A. Oh, that would be a thing. Reminds me, I need to find out if they even dubbed that in English ever.
change then was that the large beam rifle became the large beam Gatling. The second variant then was the Demi-Trainer Yoasobi collaboration version. This machine was exhibited at the Benrid
Oh shit, yeah, it was actually in the show.
And was designed to explore the idea of using a mobile suit to make music instead of using them as tools of war.
Yeah. I mean, admittedly, I thought it was a walking billboard, which, considering where we saw it in the show, yeah, no, actually, I was right. It was a walking billboard. It's probably why I forgot it, because it just looks like Times Square went on break and decided to go full Hong Kong nightlife.
Visually speaking, though,
actually,
the only thing that separates this unit from its standard brethren was the very eye-catching color scheme. And
also, I'm just going to say the obvious part right here. I hate this on principle, because can you imagine having to use that many custom and tightly fitted decals? It's either going to be really good or you are going to be swearing, because so help me, if every single one of these was a separate line and not one sheet together, if you have to get every single one in order, in perfectly placed, so all three of them line up, I despise the decals so much. And this is the decal machine. You buy this because of that. Oh. Yeah. Also, Steven, IBO's last time AU had solid designs? I disagree with that, just because I think a lot of them are just, while Witcher Mercury as a show is very different in how everything is portrayed, the designs are very much standard. They're not so much solid. I think they're solid. I think it's less, they're more distinct from, oh, it's a Gundam. So a visual shorthand that stands out as opposed to, it looks like a Gundam. I think that's intentional, because so much of Witch for Mercury's plot and characters and storyline and even tones and themes they're approaching are different than what the standard Gundam franchise has. The shorthand of, oh, that's a Gundam visually at first glance kind of works for it. If, honestly, even for G-Quooks, they kind of had to do the same thing, just stripped it down, because it's supposed to be based on UC, but I think the better designs were some of the last ones in the show, and even then, they were just, it's all referential in that one, so it kind of makes sense if they stayed very similar. I think it's less that AU for Iron Blood Orphans had the solid designs, and more, they were the last time that they were allowed to really do something weird and go very different and make their own design aesthetic, in the way that if you see a Gundam, or sorry, a G Gundam model, you know it's G Gundam because it looks so distinctly different from everything else, and usually for good reason. But there is an aesthetic Gundam has built, and which probably leaned into that heavily.
Talking about using mobile suits for war, the Demi line would also see actual combat units in the form of the Demi Garrison, a more heavy-duty version of the Demi Trainer, and also seemingly where the Choo Choo custom got a lot of its upgrades.
Oh.
The head got overhauled, it has a more powerful backpack, large thruster units on the shoulders, flexible boosters on the knees, extra wheel dash units on the heels, and extra armor on the crotch. And in terms of weapons, it comes outfitted with 2 beam Vulcan guns on the head, it uses a more powerful beam rifle, and it appears to have 2 beam sabers mounted on its backpack. And it's also most likely compatible with the Daedalus option parts used by the Demi-Trainer. These machines were used as security mobile suits by the front management company, but despite their high performance on paper, they were no match for the Gundams that they had to face.
To be fair, if you're not a Gundam, with very few exceptions, usually the answer is you're now a red shirt. Except for apparently some shows that I never saw, like Stardust, or not Stardust, 0079, where the pilot was so bad he immediately got wasted while being in a Gundam. Yeah, that was a surprise. Also, Federico, the thing you wanted to point out was the enemy faction. We got generic corpos. In the end, it won't matter. The real villain is Prospera. Actually, I disagree. It's not so much that it was a real villain. It's the first show where there wasn't really a villain. Because even then, the mom was... Okay, she was the final villain, but she wasn't like the we need to kill it at the end. It's one of the reasons I liked Witch, because it broke the formula of here's the bad guys, and when they're all dead, everything's better. And went more in the lower stakes, what UC does, of technically everyone's an asshole. But how do you make it through that? And like showing moving from, okay, what the fuck, to, okay, maybe there's a point here. It took a variation of the UC where everyone is a war crime to there are some distinct possibilities that maybe the bad guy at the beginning who you're led to believe is the antagonist is right. And he had some good ideas. He went about them the wrong way and it sounded like he tried to fix them later. And then he fucked up. And the mom turned out to be the asshole. But she's doing it out of revenge because he fucked up. It's actually a very interesting show, but not in the Gundam formula. I would very much handle that. And if you prefer the Gundam formula and you don't like it because it doesn't feel like a Gundam show, I completely understand. It's why I'm surprised that we're getting anything from Witch from Mercury right now completely. I'm being told it was 0083 Stardust Memories. Oh, okay, that's the one. And Blaze, the wastes were just awful? I thought a lot of that, though, was because the actual armor there was removed. Or am I just misremembering? Yeah.
A lesser-known combat variant, then, is this so far unnamed unit from the Vanadis Heart manga. It looks like a predecessor to both the Trainer and the Garrison, because they look like a more blockier and primitive version, and so far, the only weapon we've seen him use is a beam rifle. Finally then, going from the oldest to the newest Burion machine, we have the Demi Barding. Like I said in the beginning, Burion was known for making machines that had excellent cost to performance and were therefore also very profitable. This was not the case at all with the Demi Barding, a concept mobile suit where Burion pulled out all the stops, profits be damned.
And admittedly, you can see the design aesthetic moving from each one where the head gets smaller. I never actually noticed that early on, but you can actually see this is the biggest, or maybe it's just the torso got wider around it. It's still there, but it's overmatched by everything. So I think everything being built around it and pulling it more into the torso, admittedly, that's a good design because it gives a lot more protection to your sensors. That kind of works. The torso is getting bigger and thicker and looks more of the Gundam aesthetic. I like it. Also, Frederick, you're just pointing out everything I said is the UC. Yeah, but the biggest problem I have with the UC is that they completely and utterly overdo the melodrama to the point where I actually have a hard time getting into the individual shows because, like, okay, it's all horrible everywhere. Everyone's a war criminal. And you can't really root for anyone because at this point, everyone has been impacted as some kind of horrible, and it always just gets worse. Because even if a show goes off on a good note, you know the next show immediately makes it worse. Which is a problem, just long-running series in general, where they run into those kind of tropes. On the individual levels, I think plenty of the storylines are fine. But when you go to the overarching narrative built on multiple series over multiple decades, it does kind of run into some issues that just its own longevity has inspired. So I guess suffering from being good enough to survive that long. Also, TS mentioning Witch from Mercury is 4 years old. I was thinking of it, that new thing that just came out last year. Yeah. I'm going to distract myself, or thank you for a distraction. Japan analysis: insanely evil Japanese company implodes overnight. Oh, yes, more than Konami, because at least they didn't poison the ground to kill trees. Oh God, they've reached a fifth of a Nestle. If you want to know why I'm saying that about Nestle, the fifth is overestimating it so much. Also, brother, just like Battletech, there's no good or evil, just shades of asshole. Yes, for Battletech, not shades of asshole, and more how they have distinct lines of each faction that's good will explicitly be written as, okay, the story progressed, now they have to do something stupid and evil to make sure that you know that no one is ever completely good or evil. But at the same time, you can never actually have good things. There's like a meta plot that feels like it's almost metastasized because of multiple ownerships and multiple times and multiple lines and multiple owners with different aesthetics and different pushes, and then writers who hated things in Battletech, but they kept writing them. And you see where I'm going with this. It's so drawn out over so many years with its success and even some of its failures in Battletech sense that then became successes, that you gotta pick and choose what you like, because some ideas were good, some weren't, and some were done because management literally did change who owned it, and now you just have to run with it if you don't want to restart the setting, which they aren't, as far as I know. But I'm also going to add this to the list because that sounds like it'll just be funny. Also, Federico, there's also the cause that UC has the problem of being hijacked by Bandai because the finale Tomino had in mind was completely different, and the finale was Gaia Gear R. Here's the thing. I've heard of Gaia Gear. I don't know anything about it. Which is weird because I'm pretty sure I've heard of it, maybe even saw something about it, but I'm pulling an utter blank on everything about it. Granted, it's not the first time a corporation has done that, although one of the better ones would be Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon. The Pokemon movie was supposed to be the end of Pokemon, except by the time they got to that, it was way too successful for that to ever be allowed. So yeah. Mewtwo making sure everyone forgot was the ass pull at the end to justify more Pokemon. It was supposed to end on, why are we fighting? It's all horrible and it's needless and bloody and everyone hates it. Pokemon the movie, man.
They adopted all of the latest standards for this thing, and even many optional parts from the Daedalus were further developed and incorporated into the machine. Furthermore, almost the entire thing got a complete overhaul. It got a new head, torso, lower arms, high-performance shoulder armor.
Also, I'm just going to pull this up because this is something I just want to say right here. Friendly reminder from Cyberdragon. The Brandy Chronicles, Sueda's VA is Ecclesia, and Albaz is voiced by Banniger, Unicorn's pilot. One, I still need to see that. Two, oh damn. That works. Ironically, Bandai did some stuff to try and profit more, so they just rehash alt UCs. Yeah, tamper with Tomino UC before Tomino passes away, but at least we can have Hathaway. Yeah.
And lower legs that came with upgraded flexible boosters and an upgraded Wheel Dash Plus, now called the Wheel Dash Boost. But perhaps the most radical changes were the weapons. Things start pretty
Beam
conventional, with 2 beam sabers stored in the flexible boosters, fist Vulcans that were supposedly just for suppressive fire, but in my opinion were also perfect for anti-personnel combat.
Oh no, it's suppressive fire. I'm suppressing anti-personnel. Or more likely, I'm suppressing civilians. War crimes! Everyone loves them. It's a Gundam show. It came in much later, but it's a Gundam show.
And a new beam rifle called the Beam Rifle Plus. It comes with a battery magazine on the top and a sensor scope with side grip to hold onto it with both hands. But then we get to its backpack, the Bowery Pack. It comes with 2 rotating beam cannons and powerful thrusters, giving the Demi-Barding a big performance boost. But there's more.
Oh?
It could separate from the Barding and could be independently controlled, giving it a lot of options on the battlefield.
I don't remember this part. Oh, maybe it just wasn't shown or I didn't focus on it. Entirely possible.
And the cockpit space could also be switched out with a non-permit link-based control system. Now, in the Ad Stella timeline, permit
Ad
is
Stella?
a mineral with many uses.
Oh, that's the name of the series.
One of them being
Timeline, yeah, it's
making
FUC.
mobile suits easier to control. And so, permit was incorporated into all mobile suit control systems.
And they had
However,
permit scores.
if someone were to come up with a weapon that could disable or override these permit links, it would leave those mobile suits completely defenseless.
Yeah. The show is absolutely ridiculous and I love it. Yep. It's basically like, what if everything was a bit? So specifically, a bit of my own future crimes.
So, as a countermeasure, the Demi-Barding could be outfitted with a legacy optical wireless communication system. This made the machine much harder to control and was even likened to trying to drive a car while being blindfolded, but it truly was the ace in the hole when faced with anti-permit systems. And despite all of these high-performance parts, what the Demi-Barding did keep was the traditional look of the Demi series and Burian's famed ease of maintenance.
And this is probably why he started with everything from Mercury's content with this one, because I'm not sure if there would have been a lot of development history knowledge yet for any other suits. And this one does actually have a development line. I guess Witch from Mercury just isn't that fleshed out yet, although they mentioned a comic that I have no idea about. So it's entirely possible there's just a lot more to it that I have no previous knowledge of, which isn't saying much because apparently it's 4 years old and I didn't realize that. And now that I've said that out loud, I hate every word I said. It pains me.
And you can also still spot regular Demi parts on it, most notably in the waist, meaning that the machine maintained compatibility with the carrying arm for the Demi Trainer's large beam gun, just in case it needed even more firepower. The Demi-Barding was originally brought to Astacasia for trial runs by the Burian Dorm, but due to circumstances, it would be loaned to and fine-tuned for Choo Choo, who would then quickly find an alternative use for the Beam Rifle Plus.
Yeah. Girl gets a heavy arms or a sniper. Decides to go full on immediate melee, like literally holding the gun. God, she is so ridiculous of a character, but I kind of love it.
As for where the Demi series will go next, though, we'll have to wait.
Is there a new series
see,
in the
because
works?
If this 1-second clip from the final episode is anything to go by, by Ad Stella 125, the Demi Trainers were replaced by a mobile suit that was most likely from the Turk based on the aesthetics. But personally, I'm looking very much forward to seeing what is next for this utilitarian series, and especially what mass production design the Demi-Barding is going to inspire.
It's also because the initial mobile suits for what they're doing as a trainer kind of don't need to be upgraded for future use, sure, but for just training purposes, the simplicity is kind of perfect. Ooh. Also, according to Strike Wyvern, G-Witch actually does have well-fleshed models or mobile suit lines when the series was airing. Really? Huh. Okay. Also, I really like Helpies. By the way, in the Gundam G Eternal game, Choo Choo can pilot the God Gundam and has custom dialogue for it. Oh yeah, because it's a melee Gundam. Literally perfect for her. Oh my god.
There was always a...
And to finish the day off, we're going to be doing Gundam Seeds, Providence Gundam, the development history. Other than it was one of the 3 mechs that was meant to not be stolen, and this one wasn't stolen until... stolen is debatable, considering who was using it. He kind of stole everything by the end of the show. And lost it all. But that's beside the point. What was it really based on beyond just, okay, here's a mobile suit that Zaf stole from all of them. We kind of already did the Freedom, which would be the same development history. Or was it significantly different? This is going to bother me now. Also, according to Knight, most pilots can't use the God Gundam and don't have custom lines. Oh, no, Knight mentioned most pilots that use the God Gundam have custom lines. Got it. Oh, man.
After the capture of 4 of the 5 secret G weapons of the Alliance, Zaft quickly went to work reverse engineering their technology.
Duck, no Gundam Discord showing off? Not right now, mostly because if I take too long, my wife will be upset at how long I'm taking. But we'll ignore that.
And incorporating it into their own mobile suits. At first, this would result into the mass-produced Guays, which would then be further developed into the Dreadnought Gundam. A unit that can be considered as the father of all of Zaft's Gundams. Because not...
Yeah, which is we kind of got on the freedom and justice side. Which is why I'm concerned that we have something completely separate from the prop. Oh, it's going to be the bullshit it spawned, isn't it? Independent of the other stuff. Oh... This probably has to do a lot with the stray manga then.
Not only would the unit itself be further developed, but it would also give rise to the X09A Justice, the X10A Freedom, the X11A Regenerate, the X12A Testament.
How much bigger was that mech? I don't remember it. And if it's in Destiny, that's probably intentional. If it's not in Destiny, I never knew about it in the first place, which I don't think I know this one.
And today's subject, the X13A Providence, a unit that would eventually become one of the most advanced Gundams of the First Bloody Valentine War.
It has bits, and it can shoot you from anywhere, as opposed to every other villain that kind of has that aesthetic.
And according to one source, the most powerful unit of the war period. But the Providence Gundam's design actually...
I mean, it does have all the lasers, so it kind of fits. If that's where you're going with. Also, the Regenerate is big. I just don't remember it.
It began as a much more simple and basic mobile suit.
Really?
Originally, it was designed as a close combat unit with heavy armor and 4 large beam sabers. But then, when its main frame was already completed, Raoul Crusade was assigned as the machine's main
so the reason it looks like there's a Gundam strapped to a disc is because it actually was the Gundam strapped to the disc.
Pilot.
Also, Regenerate is from the Gundam Stray mangas? That makes sense.
A man who was famous and infamous for a lot of things, but the one relevant thing for the Providence Gundam was that he had high spatial awareness and could therefore use Zaft's brand new Dragoon system that was first tested out on the aforementioned Dreadnought Gundam. This Dragoon system, or Disconnected Rapid Armament Group Overlook Operation Network system, was essentially Zaft's version of the Alliance's gun barrel system, but instead of having to rely on wires, the Dragoon system was controlled wirelessly through quantum communication.
Yeah. Crazy part is quantum communication is theoretically possible right now. Not as they're describing it, but quantum entanglement is a process that is replicable between individual points. It just, from what I've heard, it breaks down simple, and it's energy intensive to get to that point and not quite useful. But the fact that it is proven to work at all is still weird to me in the sense that it's not completely science fiction. Yeah, also the Regenerate is called the Regenerate from Damage Knight. Okay, damn!
And while this did also give the Dragoons much more agility, the big downside was that it was an incredibly power-hungry system.
Yeah.
So much so that it could only be used by mobile suits with a nuclear engine. which the Providence Gundam just so happened to have, along with an N-jammer canceller. And so the decision was made to convert the Providence Gundam into a Dragoon-equipped mobile suit on the fly. For the most part, this quick conversion went fine, but...
Did it? Because you could see the outboard piping. It looks like they strapped an extra mobile suit around the actual core because the head is so much smaller by design. It all looks like it's way too small for the body that's way too big. Which I guess the off-putting nature of it does kind of work with making it the final boss's mech.
some compromises had to be made. An example of this were the 6 now iconic-looking cables that ran from the machine's torso to the Dragoon-equipped backpack. Because the mainframe was already completed, there was simply no room to install them on the inside. And then to prevent them from becoming an Achilles heel, they were protected by the phase shift armor, just like the rest of the mobile suit.
Oh, they're
And
armored
thanks
cables.
to that aforementioned nuclear reactor, it could stay on almost indefinitely. What these cables were for exactly is up in the air, with
It's called Rule of Cool. Cables are cool.
many sources disagreeing with each other.
Yeah.
The Gundam manuals and some other sources state that they're quantum...
Also, I just realized it looks like it plugs directly into the vent right there, and there's literally nothing there. Yeah, it literally shows they're cosmetic because you can see exactly where there is no opening and it's too thin for anything to exist right there. It's utterly and completely useless because there's no opening, so it's not like it's venting the backpack from the rest of the main vents in the front. It's just nothing. Oh, that's just funny, man.
communication cables. The Gundam Seed Mobile Suit Encyclopedia says that they're energy cables, and yet other publications, they play it safe and just call them cables.
I mean, again, Kakarot's entire thing is he's working in universe for the explanation of everything going on, which perfectly fair and much harder to do. The IRL reason is it looks cool and intimidating, and it buffs up the already large chest, where the Freedom, for example, has a prominent interior section where the cockpit would be. Then you have this thing, and it's like, it's the same chest, but it's wider and bulkier, and the shoulders are bigger, and it has that big, intimidating backpack to look even thicker. It's just meant to be a giant chunk, but then everything looks a little off-putting because the head's so small, the arms are smaller, but then the torso, it's like all misproportioned compared to the actual main series Gundams. It's just very much meant to look oversized for so sheer design aesthetics, the only reason for it. And I'm okay with that. It's fun.
Applications, they play it safe and just call them cables. And then we have the Japanese Wikipedia page that says that out of the 6 cables, 2 are quantum communication cables and 4 are energy cables.
Pull the other one. Sounds cool, though. Also, according to Sec, actually, the Regenerate can't regain. It actually has spare units stored on Regenerate's mothership, so it just has easily removable armor to replace damaged ones. Oh, just really well done modularity in advance. Nice.
And while I do think that this interpretation makes a lot of sense.
Also, the fact that you would need cables for quantum, that's not how that... Quantum computing, quantum mechanics, just at this point, I'm assuming this is what they started doing with 00 with quants in general, just seeing how many ways they could use a word that is not the way they're describing it. And even then, they were closer because it was connection without direct access. But still, man, it's kind of cool to see that the biggest inspiration from this isn't actually Seed, it's 00. Because if they're all using quantum bullshittery here, it might be part of what led to a lot of the developments in that show instead.
With 2 cables going into the cockpit and 4 cables making their way into the chest, I couldn't
into the vents where there's no vent access.
Where they got this claim.
But also you could literally see, and I'm going to keep harping on this one right here. You see the seal right there on the underside of the vent, and then on the other side, there is no opening. Yeah.
This claim. It's thrown into a compound sentence whose source is the High Grades Manual, which simply says that they're quantum communication cables. The closest thing
Just
to this
roll with
theory
it.
that I was able to find was in the 105th Gundam fact file. Here they call the cables quantum communication cables in one blurb, but in another text blurb, they say that some of the cables connect to the power source in the torso, which sounds less like quantum communication cables and more like energy cables. So,
Admittedly, I think this was supposed to be a callback to the iconic designs for the Zaku that had the exterior cables, and that was the point of it, because it's just a bit reminder that since a lot of Seed was based on what if we redid UC, but it was newer. So a lot of designs are, and a lot of the plot lines are, and a lot of the characters are shout outs to many aspects from that universe. The cables are definitely where they work in, because I don't think any of the other models of Mobile Suit had visible cables. And of course, they've done something similar recently with G-Quux, which was explicitly shout-outs to the UC. And honestly, I think it was fine. I liked the show. It was good. Yeah.
story very short, you can decide for yourself what they are exactly. Another downside of this ad hoc conversion was that the added bulk of the new skirt armor and the backpack had a serious impact on the mobility of the Providence.
Yeah.
This was somewhat remedied by installing various high-performance thrusters on the backpack and the legs, but it remained at a disadvantage in close combat when compared to its sister units, the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam. However, this was considered as an acceptable trade-off because with the arsenal that this thing was packing, it should have theoretically been impossible for an enemy mobile suit to get within beam saber range anyways. Which I'm assuming is also why the originally 4 planned beam sabers were reduced to one large beam saber that was now incorporated into the MAMV-05A composite armed shield system.
To be fair, composite arm shield sabers, other models have it, and I think they all look cool. I'm very biased. It's just neat when you have a saber that's also part of a shield. It just looks cool to me, man.
A buckler-esque shield that went over the hand and also had 2 beam guns. It was an evolution of the Gueze's MAMV-03 and actually leaned somewhat closer to the Blitz's Trickeros offensive shield system that they were both based on. But back to the Dragoon system. It consisted of 3 large pods with 9 beam guns each, and 8 smaller pods with 2 beam guns each, for a grand total of 43 beam guns. And to make matters even worse for anyone trying to go up against the Providence, these 43 guns were also linked to the multi-lock-on system, a specialized system in Zaft's Gundams that allows their machines to lock onto multiple targets with deadly precision.
Which is funny considering in the art of it, they're shown just shooting everywhere but at their target. Because again, this is the Gundam that was all, okay, does it look cool enough? Sure, let's do that. I'm not complaining about this, by the way. Even though I'm saying a lot of this is ridiculous, I love the idea that rule of cool as the actual design philosophy works. It's why I like G Gundam, for example. But this is very much the don't think about it too hard option, especially when it's like they have all this lock on. Doesn't show them locking on, shows them being very tactical but firing everywhere else as well.
And just for good measure, the Providence also has 4, or according to some sources only 2, MMI GAU 2 Picus 76mm Seawiz guns, and the massive MAM-221 Eudicium beam rifle.
Those are names.
This gun was essentially an upgraded version of the Dreadnought's already big beam rifle, with some parts from the Justice and Freedom's beam rifle. The result was a difficult-to-handle beam rifle that was almost as big as a mobile suit itself, but its power output was equally high, often being cited as one of the most powerful beam rifles around. Also, due to its size, it's designed to be used over the shoulder, and
I will say though, this doesn't come across in the show because every beam is shown to be just the same visible effect. There's no chaotic factor to it, to steal from a previous video. it looks just the same as all the others. It doesn't have visible shrouding. It doesn't look like there's energy sparking off it. It doesn't look intense. So, I'll be honest, I forgot all about the beam rifle when I was watching the show. I remember all the bits around it because that is a distinct and memorable attack. But this, big rifle. Cool.
Also has a secondary handle. And as if all of these weapons weren't enough, as a Zaft Gundam with the
Not only does the art look cool, but they're actually addressing something I've been harping on quite a bit. Remember when I said it was plugging directly into the vent? Here they show adapters where there's a 90-degree turn, so it goes straight into the chest instead. So someone probably thought of the exact thing I was talking about. I was like, yeah, we should probably fix that. These little things like this in the design philosophy, the physical models do come up. And honestly, it looks cool. And it's also the master grade version, so they put more care into it. It does look cool. Although I will say there are a lot of high grades that are just really good. So I can't even say it's like there's more care. It's just there should be more.
Enough. As a Zaft Gundam with the multi-lock-on system, it is supposedly also compatible with the Meteors. But don't quote me on this because I didn't see this mentioned in any official sources.
Yeah.
And on top of that, I'm also fairly certain that this only went for the original design of the Providence because I don't think it still fits with that.
Unless that backpack is detachable, which I don't think it should be. Hell, even the shoulder blades probably wouldn't fit in that thing. It might poke the gun engines.
Massive backpack. And unlike the Justice and the Freedom Gundams, it doesn't move out of the way. But whether it came with a meter unit or not, this still wasn't the machine you'd want stolen.
Yeah.
If only they'd used...
All right, there's the ad read. Not a bad one, though.
Gundam, but despite this minor setback, the Providence
I'm sure it's not a problem.
Would continue to be influential in Zaft's future mobile suit design. After the war, the Junius Treaty was signed, which, among many other stipulations,
definitely solved all the problems in the series universe altogether.
Banned the use of N-jammer cancellers for military purposes, and limited the amount of ships, mobile armors, and mobile suits that each side could have, proportional to their national resources. Something that put the plans at an enormous disadvantage for...
Yeah. The best way to solve this is to then destroy the Earth. Then we're compliant with the treaty. They never said anything about just going straight back to nukes again. And that would be silly.
Versus the Atlantic Federation, meaning that they would once again have to rely on quality versus quantity. So, in a way, to somewhat circumvent these regulations, Zaft would no longer focus on role-specific mobile suits and would instead copy the striker packs of the Strike Gundam. Twice. There was the Impulse Gundam with the Silhouette packs and the Zaku series with the Wizard packs. But despite a few minor differences,
didn't realize they were actually just packs.
Both of these new systems were functionally identical to each other, and also almost identical to the Alliance of Striker packs that they were based on.
I mean, if it works.
So much so that there were even mobile suits out there that could use both Striker packs and Wizard packs.
Oh shit, yeah. Honestly, this looks pretty cool. The giant barrel fuck you over the shoulder. It's an aesthetic, man. It's one I really like. Also, Blaze, you know Destiny just directly imported the designs to CE? Don't you mean from CE or the other way around? It's probably the same thing either way. Or do you mean UC? Because I thought a lot of it was directly inspired by it. And finally, it's all Gundam to me? Yes. Yes, it is.
But that's a story for another time. The important thing is that these exchangeable packs allowed for...
Ah, yes. Trust me, we have the young kids' favorite things. Fan service and emo. Tell me this character wasn't based on Sasuke without telling me this character wasn't based on Sasuke. You know, I just realized there's probably people watching right now who I'm making this reference and won't know it other than, oh yeah, Boruto's dad's friend. This knowledge pains me.
A single mobile suit to perform a variety of roles, while still having it count as only one machine for the Junius Treaty. So of course, Zaft had a very good reason to experiment with a variety of packs, and at one point, it was even considered to turn the Dragoon system of the Providence Gundam into a pack as well. But unlike the...
That would be very expensive, very much needing nukes to make it work, which is already against the rules. And more importantly, unless you're offloading a lot to AI, that's more than most people can handle.
Other packs, it was determined that this one would be better as a purpose.
Also, quick question. Why are the plants resource scarce, considering if you're in space, why not just go grab resources from, and hear me out, other locations such as the asteroid belt? There's significant amount of resources in the entire solar system if you're just willing to take the time to get there. Or is it they didn't really do that yet in this one? Because UC had traveled to Jupiter, but I'm not sure about in the... Actually, I don't even know if anyone during the Gundam Seed franchise was really getting beyond the sphere of Earth's existence either. Huh. Also, Davis... Shin was based more on Anakin Skywalker and his fall? Really? I don't see it. I really don't.
Built mobile suit. And while they don't give an official reason, I think it most likely had to do with the quantum communication system that was needed to efficiently run these things. So instead of a wizard pack, it became the brand new ZGMF X3000Q Providence Zaku.
I kind of like this more than the actual Providence Gundam. Yeah. Also because it has a giant fuck-off cannon right on its back. So I'm very easily bribed to like it. But yeah, it's nice. And it's also not oversized nearly as much.
Complete with a new set of tubes. On the original Zaku Warrior, these housed an active protection system against guided missiles, but on the Providence Zaku, they had quantum receivers for the Dragoon system and coolant for the nuclear engine. And thanks to advancements in technology, this Dragoon system no longer needed a pilot with high spatial awareness, a trait that is exceedingly rare even amongst coordinators.
High spatial awareness. High spatial awareness. I'd like to point out what that is IRL. That's just knowing where things around you are. And that's actually something most people don't actually have, because if you've ever stubbed your toe, it's demonstrating you don't have it. Yeah.
Oh, and you might have caught on to the fact that I said that they had cooling for the nuclear reactor, even though I said that they were banned by the Junius Treaty. Well, it's only illegal when you get caught, so in
And that's the most realistic thing you're ever going to hear in a Gundam show.
order to prevent them from getting caught, they didn't put the nuclear suffix A in its model number. And also, to be fair to Zaft, they probably assumed, and rightfully so, that as soon as war broke out again, the Alliance wouldn't hesitate to start flinging around their nukes again.
Shocking. It's like nothing was fixed because the main characters who actually achieved the peace stepped back or were thrown back, and like they needed a new show to do something. It's basically the same exact issue that the UC has between series. Was copied by the show that was We Have UC at Home. Again, I actually don't mind Seed. And I've heard really good things and seen really cool things about Astray. Destiny, not that one.
Which they did. And then immediately got wiped out. Oh, and the Providence Zaku doesn't just use any old nuclear engine either. It uses the Hyper-Deuterium engine, which is like a combination of a nuclear engine with the deuterium beam energy transfer system that was first tested out by the Impulse Gundam.
I actually forgot all about that. I recognize the image, I just don't know why I recognize it. Yeah, so cool.
Short, it meant that the still very power-hungry Dragoon system would never run out of juice, which is probably the second reason that they decided not to turn it into a mere wizard pack. The one area where this new Dragoon system fell a bit short, though, was in raw firepower.
Oh, less powerful beams?
With only a total
fewer beams. Oh yeah, it's probably one on each side, maybe?
Of 26 beam guns versus the 43 of the original.
Yeah.
But in its place, they now had close combat capabilities.
Oh.
It came with 8 GDU X4 mobile beam assault cannons with 2 guns each.
Oh, so the bit over the shoulder also fires forward and to the side? Remember what I said about it looks like there's no actual targeting, it's just shoot everything everywhere? Yeah, sure, why not? Granted, if you're targeting everything and your entire attack is spin to win, this would probably work pretty well, actually. In fact, just put enough gyration on this thing and this thing will go everywhere and everything dies around it altogether. That would be hilarious as far as actually getting to play that. Oh, man. But the pilot is spinning enough to make use of that. I mean, they're either in a gyroscopic seat that spins independently of the mech it's in, or you're going to throw up. It's probably the only mech I ever heard about that requires you never to eat when entering it.
A sharp edge for ramming attacks, and 2 GDU X7 mobile beam assault cannons. These bad boys come with 5 beam cannons each, and also 4 beam spikes for stabbing purposes. And the modifications to the Zaku wouldn't just be limited to the Dragoon system either. Taking some design cues from the Providence, it got quite the overhaul. The lower legs were slightly different, the skirt armor was completely new, the chest armor was changed to accommodate the Dragoon system and the nuclear-powered engine. The head got 2 new antennas, which I'm assuming were also for the Dragoon system, and the shoulders got extra armor with 3 sets of thrusters.
I wonder if they ever accidentally got shot by some... Oh no, they don't raise, so they're probably right under the line. That's cool.
Which could also be folded down to be outfitted with the standard Zaku shoulder shields. While this did...
Also, I'm being confirmed by Sec that every MS does not have a Spain copy, so you better not eat before entering. Yeah, but it would be funny, man. Also, Blaze, Seed is a pretty solid one-off. I'd agree. I'd also say from what I've seen of Astray, it looks pretty solid itself. Just some of the designs, some of the comments I've heard, it looks pretty cool. And I think that should have been the sequel. Fully new cast, not just we do the second. It's like Destiny felt like we're going to do Zeta, but we're going to do it bigger and with hookers. It did not work. Also because when they actually had good ideas, they decided not to focus on them. I'm still stuck on that one. I've talked about it before. I'll probably talk about it again.
It no doubt decreased its
mechs were fun.
Agility. It did give it access to 2 MA-M8 beam Tomahawks and 4 spare magazines for its brand new MA-Bar 790 high-energy beam rifle. And unlike many other beam rifles of the time,
it is a cool design.
It was powered by 2 magazines. And when not in use, it could be stored on the backpack.
The battery is the magazine, not individual shots because it's laser-based, yeah, or plasma-based.
Zaft initially had so much faith in this new design that it received 3000 in its model number, marking it as the next mass production mobile suit.
Was it just smaller? Oh no, he's toning it down so you don't lose the tip of it. Oh, okay. Also, Federico, you mentioned this is essentially more toned down and dumber, more melodramatic. I would disagree on the more melodramatic. UC is a lot of melodrama. I think they just simplified the story because anyone who wanted to get into the initial the initial UC would have to go back to a quite old show that was starting to show age, unless they wanted to skip to Zeta, but then they'd be losing some of the best characters. and a lot of the establishing lore of why things are going on and why things that happen in Zeta have the weight they did. I know this because I went into Zeta without understanding the lore and the established characters and the setting and why certain actions had the weight they did, and I had to really try and figure out what the hell I was missing.
After the 1000 Zaku.
And for Dricker getting the whole Flay situation, no, that is very much early 2000s. That's the 2000s thing. That Flay situation is very much this is a 2000s show about kids. We need to have this in their moment. Yeah. That was, yeah. Granted, most of UC is melodrama. I mean, it's designed entirely as a wartime melodrama, which is what UC was.
And the 2000 Goof. But unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, and the data gathered by the prototype Providence Zaku would instead be used to produce one of Zaft's next generation.
Ooh, also, Duck, they're remastering 0079 in the next few years. That one sounds good, yeah. I wonder if they'll change or not. Will they change it? Or is it going to be part of the new continuity they're building where it might be more in line with Origin than anything else? Also, is Origin just a soft reboot of the UC? Just like streamlining everything together? I don't know, because I don't know Origin that much. Not even sure it's in English.
Gundams. The ZGMF X666S Legend Gundam. And supposedly the name was changed because of the negative connotation that Providence had received thanks to the actions of Le Creuset. The design, though, wasn't actually changed as much as you might expect, with some parts like the lower legs and the skirt armor being almost identical, and other parts like the arms and the Dragoon system being only slightly overhauled.
I will admit, this one, even though I see the bit connection piece right here, is immediately less good because it doesn't have the giant gun attached. I realize that's just the gun it actually literally carries around on its actual firing mark, but it's not in the image, so it immediately loses points. I'm an easy man to bribe, and obvious things are just still obvious.
And the biggest change with that Dragoon system were the GDU X4 Dragoon pods.
Seriously, where is this character from? I've seen him used in so many videos now, and I know I've seen him in art somewhere else. I just do not know what is bugging me.
Being upgraded to the GDU X5 Dragoon pods. They no longer had the sharp edge for physical attacks, but I'm assuming that loss was offset by an overall higher performance, and I also can't imagine that ramming into things was good for the delicate hardware inside. The GDU X7 Dragoons then remained the same, and
is it detached?
The backpack looks like it only had a few minor touch-ups, but that could also be down to like inconsistencies or lost detail in the line art. It also had a very useful feature that I haven't mentioned yet. In the original Providence Gundam, the two small Dragoon pods on the backpack were on a hinge, which allowed them to flip forwards or backwards so that they could also be fired without the need to be launched. And for the Providence Zaku and the Legend Gundam, this idea was improved upon. It now had 6 small Dragoon pods on hinges, and the entire backpack could also move.
I don't like this image. Everything about this image is so incredibly distorted, because either this is flying ahead of the main body, or they've greatly fucked around with the scale on this thing for dramatic reasons. It also could be that it's a moving shot, so it is intentionally distorted to show movement, which probably makes more sense in hindsight.
Giving them coverage of almost the entire machine without the need to launch.
Huh.
And not only did this give these machines extra options in combat, but it also made the Dragoons useful in combat on Earth, because the Dragoons could only fly in space.
Oh. I wonder what that mobile armor was based on.
And to complete its arsenal of weapons, it had a pair of...
Also mean told the backpack is on a hinge? Yeah, but the scale for that looked really odd.
MMI Gao 26 17.5mm Seaways guns mounted in its head, a pair of MAM-80S Defiant Kai beam javelins stored in its legs, which were basically beam sabers that could either be used individually or combined into a form known as the ambidextrous halberd.
These are very nice weapons when you're trying to show off. And when you don't have a giant mech that all of the advantages of, fuck you, I can block everything, is not limited to just spinning around because you can't actually, you know, it goes around your back and you can just go everywhere and just like defend yourself because everyone gets hit no matter where they're at. And I do mean everyone, including this guy. It's a stupid weapon for anything other than showing off the absolute control you have. Because at that point, you're not actually fighting. You're just aura farming.
And it got an upgraded version of the Providence Zaku's beam rifle, the MA-Bar 78F High Energy Beam Rifle. It looked similar, but it had an important
My god, they gave it color, those monsters.
change. Instead of being powered by two magazines, it now got its power directly from the unit's Hyperdeuterian engine, meaning that it had a higher output, higher rate of fire, and also near infinite ammo. And when not in use, it...
Apparently the pilot can't aim for shit, though. Can you see the maneuvers that guy was doing? He was drifting to the left, and then he did the right! Shocking, I know.
could still be stored
I mean, it worked for Han Solo, why not?
on the backpack. But perhaps the biggest difference with the Providence Zaku lay in its defensive capabilities. It was outfitted with the variable phase shift armor, rendering it impervious to physical attacks, and on each arm it had a Solidus Fulgor beam shield generator, which was capable of blocking almost everything as long as it had energy, which it got from the nuclear engine.
Funny how that's power.
And it was speculated that this was a development from the Hyperion Gundam shield, which was made possible by several Eurasian Federation scientists who...
I don't know what game this is. Maybe it's Operation or something? Also, strike weapon. I mean, the hand can just spin by itself, so it can spin the beam saber quite easily. Yeah, just... At that point, wouldn't a shield just be a better option? Which is maybe what they're doing. It's fine. Just, that's not really what swords are good for, or sabers in general. It looks cool, though. And considering the time period, this would have been roughly right after Episode 1 for Star Wars came out. So Darth Maul would have been in the immediate zeitgeist of, okay, double sabers are cool. I mean, admittedly, they are cool. Stupid practically. Really cool in how they look, though.
who had defected to Zaft. But whatever the case might be, all of this made the Legend Gundam a truly legendary Gundam. It
No, say it right. It's Legend. Wait for it. Dairy.
had superb offensive capabilities, superb defensive capabilities, and unlike the Providence Gundam before it,
Died like a bitch. Nah, this one survived.
it didn't have to sacrifice any of its mobility in order to achieve it. It far surpassed the second stage mobile suits like the
Or
Impulse,
did he survive? I actually don't remember. I don't care to find out.
and it was actually a third stage mobile suit, but was still officially classified as a second stage mobile suit for secrecy. You know, nuclear engine and whatnot.
It's like it was always a fake piece to start with because no one actually wanted it. Yeah.
Originally, this machine was going to be piloted by Athrun Zala, but around the time that he was given this assignment, suspicions arose that he might defect, which he eventually
Smart move.
did, leading to Reza Burrell becoming its pilot instead. And based on how the leader of the plans at that time reacted to this news, I think this might have been the plan all along. Athrun had a history of going to the other side,
Independent thinking in the military. Never actually allow that. Horrible thing.
and Rey was fiercely loyal to
Yeah, this is early 2000s aesthetic. It's right up there with Chobit eyes, man.
Durandal. And I mean, you wouldn't want to give a machine like this to someone who would end up betraying you. again, right?
Oh, I forgot she survived. More you know.
Third time's the charm. And we end this video with a variation.
Okay, this one has to be a stray because I do not recognize it. And I kind of think it looks ridiculous in a really cool way. Like someone's just chucking everything out to see what fits on this thing, and it looks cool for it.
Of the original Providence, the
What?
LNZGMF X13A Nyx Providence Gundam. A very non-symmetrical variant that was built by Librarian Works.
That would do it. The more I hear about those guys, the more I'm like, they're insane, aren't they?
But there was a method to the madness with two major improvements over the original. The first and the most important one was improving the Dragoon system. This was achieved thanks to a new and more powerful quantum communication antenna,
Ooh.
and also by significantly rearranging the layout of the individual Dragoons. The two Dragoons on the back skirt remained the same, but
Oh, I just realized this is what these are. They're not just random skirting. It's actually more of the bit down there as well. That you can see when I actually move my head out of the way. Yeah, okay.
everything else was moved around. The four Dragoons on the side skirt, alongside with
Also, Frederica, the blue Cosmos stuff is stupid. Honestly, I look at that and all I can think is, I know people like this. So it didn't actually seem stupid to me. It just seemed depressing. Which, yeah.
the composite shield were now moved to the new left shoulder armor. In the place of the old side skirts then came two new ones that could hold two of the big Dragoon pods, and the backpack has been moved to the new left shoulder and has been slightly modified to look like a snowflake, which is also the namesake of the machine.
Wait, that's what? Okay, I'll be honest. I would never have made that connection since I think Nyx and think the Greek fusion, or what I thought was Greek, I think it's still Greek, of darkness, which is funny considering it's all white. I was like, oh, maybe it's just a weird translation. Apparently it's a weird translation that I just wasn't aware of. Yeah, I'm wrong, but it makes sense. It's all white. It looks like it's pointy. Snowflake, yeah.
Nyx, or snow in Latin.
Huh.
With the extra meaning being that the Dragoons themselves would move and attack like a snowstorm. And instead of that giant backpack then, it now has...
Ugh. I know the regular Providence would have that issue if they can remove the backpack, but it just looks too flat. What I'm seeing from all the videos we've seen today is a super flat mobile suit or a mobile suit carrier or even a Gundam just with a big flat panel with nothing on it. I immediately dislike it. It's just too empty. Ugh.
Striker Pack compatibility, a feature that was also found in all other Librarian Works kit bashes. And the Striker Pack meant for the Nyx was the Dragoon Striker. Basically a combination of the Eudicium beam rifle with the old shoulder armor that could now act as a 12th Dragoon pod. And what was also really cool about this Dragoon Striker was that you could replace the Eudicium with any other gun, or in case of...
Also, according to Duck, there is no grade for this, just a cheap kit. So this is probably one of the models that just hasn't been fully gone into then. I mean, eventually it will just because money, but at least not right now. It's not the coolest looking for me to feel too sad about that, but there's a lot of moving parts that would have been pretty fun to just try and play around with.
Emergency, it could still be used as a handheld weapon. And of course, because it was a Striker Pack, it could also be used by other Striker Pack compatible mobile suits.
Oh, okay.
However, it does seem that unlike the later upgraded Dragoon systems, this one did still require a pilot with high spatial awareness, so you could say that this was somewhat of an in-between. Also, another reason for rearranging the Dragoons was so that they would be more spread out.
Also, I just like to point out one thing about this. not just the coloration, but I think the eye have changed slightly, where it's slightly more visible on this one in the basic shot, where on this one, it's a little more recessed, it's a little darker around it. And while this one is incredibly dark around it, it highlights just how big the eye is. They're both intimidating, but because of the hyper-focused nose coming out further, it looks a little nicer here because it is like this, the glowing eye, but it's a little more calm. It's a little less of a, it's a little more wide open for the pupil. You can barely see it on there. Versus here, where there's even less of it visible. It's only just on the straightforward shot you see this, but the design aesthetic immediately tells you, this one is serious. This one wants murder, which is exactly how they're being used. So I kind of like that design shorthand to show you what the role is going to be. Now, I could be wrong about this one because I have no idea what it is, but I'm assuming this is not going to be the big bad's mobile suit. Also, because from everything I know, the librarians, they're just insane in general. Now, it could just be an antagonist as well, but I'm assuming something would be up with it.
The original Providence, taking out the backpack alone, would take out 31 of its 43 Dragoon-based beam guns. On the Nyx, this was minimized. And another upgrade that it got that was also made to all other Librarian Works machines was upgraded joints for better close combat capabilities.
Yep.
Unfortunately for the Nyx though, the new Dragoon layout made the machine very unbalanced and therefore very unsuitable for close-range combat.
Yeah.
But with the upgraded Dragoon system, this wasn't really seen as an issue. The Nyx was meant as a long-range support unit anyways. And this intention to only use it as a long-range unit was also expressed by keeping the exposed cables that ran from the main body to the backpack.
Oh, yeah, no, I see them now. I actually missed this completely because it's dark colors on dark colors, but all three of them are still there. I legitimately did not notice at first. I thought it was striping, like actual just coloration changes, not actually physically there. Well, I mean, more than anything, this is a PNG format. But yeah, I didn't even notice until I pointed it out. You can see it a little easier on this one, though. Okay.
Because, thanks to the upgraded Dragoon system, they were no longer needed, but I guess they just liked having them around to make a statement. The other reason as to why they kept them was apparently because they were iconic. As for its other weapons then, despite being meant for long...
Ah, wrong button. Didn't know I could do that. This actually looks a lot cooler. Maybe it's because it's a low-res image, but it doesn't look bad. I'm assuming that's why we have the low-res image. Or is this one of the Chinese knockoffs that's also better than the main ones?
Range, the composite armed shield system that was now mounted onto the left shoulder could still be used in case of emergency, and it also...
Ah. Okay, I'm the only one seeing this, but take out the little crest in the middle, and I look at this and all I see is, oh, hey, Optimus! It's the vertical things on either side of the head, man. I can't be the only one seeing this. Here, I'm going to pull this up quickly so I can't just... Here we go. Ah, that didn't mean to do that. Look at this thing. It's just a little bit of color off. Exactly. Someone just wanted to do It's like they got into Gundam, but they wanted to do Transformers. Every design aesthetic has those towers. And he also has the cover for his mouth, which is just because this way you don't have to dub anything. For Optimus, at least. But then just... Wow. I'm not complaining. I think it's fine. It's just... I'm assuming someone got this and they probably repainted it and then they just start talking in Optimus's voice whenever they had to do anything for this. Why does the Gundam suddenly speak? Because it can. And yes, there's a reason I don't do voice acting, and that is exactly why.
Kept the 4 Seawiz guns of the original,
oh my God.
But only the 2 on the body were loaded, because the 2 in the head could potentially damage the new and delicate quantum communication system.
Why?
And as a closing note then...
Why would you build something and then put it in there if it was going to intentionally... Because they probably didn't realize how sensitive it was.
The LN in its model number stands for Librarian Nyx. And that has been all for the Providence Gundam's development history. For now. Because with the Gundam Seed Freedom movie around the corner, we might just get a new variant.
How old is this, anyways? Let's see, 2 years ago. I don't know anything about the Freedom movie, so I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's bad. I kind of just noped out. Hell, for all I know, maybe I've seen it. I just utterly forgot. If it's 2 years ago, I definitely haven't. Yeah. I like seeing new things being done in Freedom, Seed. Sure, why not? Either way, there's a lot more design elements going into this, but I like that it led up to, okay, and here's the designs from Astray that are really cool, because that seems to be what Astray is. It's, okay, what if we were allowed to have a storyline in Seed that was heavily inspired by UC, but was still its own new storyline, is everything I'm getting from it. Yeah, that just sounds cool as far as I'm concerned. I wish that's what they would animate as the next movie. If it is or not, I have no idea. But moving on, before that, I want to quickly just pull up Discord quickly. People have been posting their Gundams, and I want to see just what kind of craziness people were up to. I know Duck at least is doing that. And Pearly Cow did it with theirs of the Providence. Admittedly, they have the effects-based. That looks really cool, and that's surprisingly hyper clean on here. And it doesn't look nearly as oversized on this model. They have the back details, which is nice. Not many decals or any, but it looks a lot better in this format, actually. That looks pretty good. I'm okay with that. Yeah. And then there's... Duck brought up these ones. The Demi-Trainer lines. Yeah. I feel like this is a meme for some reason. Yeah. Honestly, it looks good. Oh, yeah, and then really Kelpie's the alien arm. Yeah, they're going back to G Gundam's biological usage of machines. I don't know a lot of details about it because it literally is just an image as far as all I've seen, but I really want to see what happens here. I'm very curious. But yeah, on that note, I am going to start pulling this one back. We have seen a lot of the Gundam development history today, all the way up to the Providence, and how it was surprisingly way more interesting, and so much of the Barzan. Like, so much Barzan. I did not think that thing would have almost as much random influence as the gym for of all random mechs. Not as much, but close enough that I could even say it is in its own right insane. Basically what I'm saying is, if you haven't already, there'll be a link below to the playlist. Hit it up. It's awesome. And just check out Kakarot stuff if you haven't already. I subscribed. Oh, good. I did subscribe. It'd be really embarrassing if I forgot to subscribe. Again. I've only done that a few times. Ignore all of them, please. Either way, though. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll see you in the next one. Links. Hit them up. And I'll see you later. Adios.